And with we got like 3 minutes before. I'm glad that I leave prior to having 3 teenagers stabbed in Calgary at the on the grounds. Do you hear about that?
But it was targeted attack.
Yeah, targeted.
Which does make me feel some better.
Yeah, but how they got the weapons in? Because it's I went through and like heck,
You had to give your weapons up?
I had to give them up. Like even my watch, like, can you go back through again and again and again? And they're like, but they can get a knife in there. Well, I guess.
But you gotta remember, if 3D printing was in a metal knife.
True, because you still haven't. Last I heard, they still hadn't found the device. They're going through CCTV to see what's.
I'm still shocked at what you can, 3D print.
Mm-hmm. There's quite a crowd here. Exactly. It's a large crowd.
Is it a nice crowd?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. Can you hear us?
Yep, I can. Can you hear me as well? I have been having some technical issues on Teams today.
I can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. We're moving on to presentations and 5.1, Mr. Prince, Airport Manager, regarding Lethbridge Airport Air Service update. And so I don't know, Mr. City Manager, if you want to do the introduction, I'll turn the time over to yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today, just to introduce the update that Mr. Prince and others will do, we have people online as well as a number of partners, stakeholders, what have you, in the audience. So this is definitely a multifaceted effort. So one of the things we felt it was important to provide an update to council, but more to the community, is there's a lot of work, and I use the duck on water analogy, where the water looks pretty calm and you don't see the duck doing much, but below the surface, the little feet are going like crazy. So below the surface, there's a lot of work going on in the airport to obtain data. The airline industry, as you'll hear, it's tight. It's a very challenging revenue market in Canada because of very few large cities that are very far apart, and the ability to generate sufficient revenues. So the approach, if this isn't the Lethbridge approach, this would be a fairly standard approach, is obtaining the relevant data to determine what routes might be viable on an ongoing basis. There's a lot of interest to fly to a lot of places, but the ability for that to have sustained revenue every day, every week, every month, 12 months a year is the challenge. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Prince and let him walk through, and then we have, as I say, members online and members that we've certainly worked with in the audience, and happy to answer any questions beyond that.
Yeah, I did want to, excuse me. I did want to mention that Mr. Michael Perkins is online, and I'm not sure, I think that's online. And then, of course, those in the gallery, if there's anything, Mr. Prince, that you need to connect with. So the floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Chair, and members of Economic FBC. So yeah, as Mr. Briley mentioned, I'm here to just give an update on our strategy for the Lethbridge Airport and how we're looking at.
You might need to speak closer to the mic, there's, or even
bring a little closer here. There we go. So yeah, we're going to look at the strategic goals that we have to improve service at YQL, the importance of having a regional airport, infrastructure improvements that have taken place over the last 5 to 6 years to prepare us for growth, and then we'll look at air service trends, high-level look at how airlines make business decisions, and then go over the work that's currently underway. So, next slide, please. So when we look at some of our longer-term strategic goals, there are two main focus points. The first is to increase flight options and improve connectivity. So that's the most direct impact to the community. The second is to improve the sustainability of the airport itself. So in the short term, this means continuing to build on the relationship with our current airline partner, identifying new routes based on demand, and then collaborating with community stakeholders. So due to the added requirements included with implementing international service, our efforts will center around building domestic route options and then have international connections through other airports. It's also imperative that the city, via the airport, lead any air carrier discussions to ensure that messaging is consistent and accurate. We've heard from the community that access to air service is a priority, and we're working to convey that message to carriers, backing it up with objective data. However, if the community doesn't show up once the service is in place, growth will inevitably be stifled. So we understand that the circumstances won't always allow for travel from Lethbridge, but the effort needs to be made to use the services that are available before it can be increased. Next slide, please. So I'll just touch quickly on the importance of having an airport. Outside of what most people commonly think of with scheduled commercial service, the airport also serves medevac flights and private flights, which includes anything from small single-engine airplanes all the way to large business jets. A large part of the aircraft movements is from flight training, which is critical right now with the current shortage of pilots. Agricultural activities, such as aerial applicators or crop dusters, is also common during the summer. And then lately we've seen an increase in helicopter movements with the increased border security measures. Next slide, please. So since the city took over operation of the airport in 2019, just under 26 million in capital infrastructure improvements has been completed with significant support from provincial and federal grants. This has brought the terminal building and a large portion of the airfield up to current standards. It's worth noting that no expansion work was completed with these projects, so the airport's capacity for aircraft and passengers does remain the same, but at a higher level of safety, comfort, and reliability. So this work has created a solid base, and now we're refocusing on strategic growth to better utilize the available facilities. Next slide. So it's important to understand the aviation industry and how it's changed since 2019, when we had multiple carriers and significantly more frequency. So airlines had started upscaling to larger aircraft, meaning more seats per plane, before the pandemic, as the cost per seat is generally lower. Once the pandemic restrictions were put in place, this seemed to accelerate that upscaling process, particularly with Air Canada, as airlines worked to reduce costs. This, along with several other factors, has brought us to where we are today, with much larger aircraft, albeit more comfortable, and correspondingly lower frequency, but still having a similar number of single carrier seats available in the market. And the story is similar for regional airports across Canada, with some cities losing service altogether. So in the last few years, we have also seen an introduction of new regulatory requirements. Most notable are the new passenger rights regulations that are being introduced. And this will only add to the already high cost to operate in Canada as compared to other countries, such as the US. The CEO of WestJet has been very vocal on this topic, as Canada is a country that relies heavily on air travel. But Canadians pay more per capita for a plane ticket than most countries due to the market conditions and regulatory structure. So this compounds the level of risk when looking at new markets or increased service, and regional routes will be the first to suffer as they inherently carry a higher risk. Reliability concerns are also often top of mind when choosing to fly from YQL, and although the level of reliability is now similar to or better than the national average, the effects of these delays and cancellations are more pronounced in regional markets, leading to a much greater perception of reliability being poor. So the airline is also the first to receive blame for these cancellations or delayed flights, but it's worth noting that there are often factors outside of their control. For example, right now, the construction underway at Calgary International has been one of the primary causes of delays out of Lethbridge as of late due to their reduced capacity to receive flights. So when looking at traffic trends from 2016 to 2024, it is clear that there has been a major shift in the industry. So as you can see with the blue line showing passenger traffic, it started to climb drastically in 2018 when WestJet introduced service alongside Air Canada, and then that peaked in 2019. However, both carriers came in with larger aircraft at that time, and the scheduled aircraft movements, or the daily frequency, actually decreased slightly in 2019 from previous years. So when we compare 2024 to 2017, with 2017 being the last year that we had a single carrier, basically there's a similar number of seats in the market, but the critical piece is that although passenger traffic is back to 60%, the number of flights is just under 30. So that shows the effect that increasing the aircraft size has on the market. And then just to refer back to an earlier slide regarding the importance of the airport, you will notice that the total aircraft movements, which is the orange line on the graph, have continued to increase, with last year being the highest number of recorded movements in the last decade. So with over 100 aircraft movements a day on average, it shows that the airport is well utilized even as commercial service has decreased. Next slide. So just a quick note on how airlines would make business decisions, and Mike might be able to speak to this a little bit afterwards, but one key thing to remember is that an airline is a business. So they operate in one of the most complex and competitive environments, leading to very fine margins. Last year in North America, based on an IATA study, the average margin was less than 5%. So just like any other business, they need to understand the market when considering new service. In the most basic terms, they want to know how much demand they can expect and the anticipated operating costs. So to understand what level of support can be expected, airline route planners need accurate and relevant data. Next slide. And so that is why we're working to gather as much data as possible to show where people from Southern Alberta are traveling, whether or not they're choosing to fly from YQL today. So this data, combined with information gathered from community stakeholders, many are in the audience today, such as the Chamber of Commerce, Tourism Lethbridge, Blood Tribe, post-secondary institutions, and the general public, will allow for meaningful discussions with air carriers when exploring new routes or increased service on current routes. The province has also shown interest in stimulating regional air service, and although we don't have much for details on what the direction they plan to take, the city manager is leading those discussions and will continue to work with them to support any future programs that are introduced. So in closing, I just want to reiterate the important role that the community has in bringing service to options to Lethbridge. The timing may not always be the best, but I encourage anyone who is planning to travel to at least start their search with YQL as the departure point before assuming that it won't work out and then defaulting to the highway. If it looks like the ticket prices are higher from YQL, we had to be sure to consider the added cost of fuel and parking when driving to another departure airport. So thank you for your time today, and I think, do we want to hand it off to Mike now? Yeah. So I think, yeah, Mike Perkins is online from WestJet. He does have a bit of a tight timeline this afternoon, so we'll hand it over to Mike if that's all right, and any comments you'd like to add.
Perfect.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for having me today. I don't have anything prepared or anything to present today, but I definitely want to echo a lot of what Cameron's spoken to today. From an airline perspective, those are all factors that we look into when we're making those decisions. So profitability is generally key to that. Having access to data is equally crucial for us to make these decisions. Lethbridge is a bit of a unique market for WestJet because it's partially in a drivable distance to Calgary. So the change in frequencies that we've had recently have allowed sometimes guests to have our travelers to have a better schedule that works for them if they do the drive market. But what we do want to see people use the air service because that gives us better access to that data. We do know that people generally are not flying from Lethbridge to Calgary; they're flying from Lethbridge to Calgary and generally beyond, and that's what makes that air service and our global hub in Calgary so unique and beneficial for the people of the province. As Cam noted, profitability is not. It's not very, we don't have super high margins at the airline. So all of the little, what may seem immaterial costs can really add up and become material in terms of a route over a year. So as you noted, Alexis, our CEO, has been very vocal on the need for, to find cost efficiencies in the system. And that's something that, we'll continue to espouse and push for, and seek the support of partners like yourselves to support these kind of initiatives because we think it's important to unlocking incremental demand across the country, particularly for airports and communities where the regional flying where less than or daily or less service is at higher risk when incremental costs come in through programs like APPR, et cetera. So, definitely want to make sure that, we're doing the things that we can to make this route a success. We're working with Cam and the airport there to understand what we can do differently. We have made some different changes to our schedules over the last couple of seasons, trying to get it right as we've, changed our fleet and aircraft that we've moved in there and really just want to make sure that we can continue to grow and build this market and make sure that it's one that we can sustain for the future. And happy to answer any questions or comments that anybody's got.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Perkins. Is there anything else, Mr. City Manager, or anything from yourself, Cam, that you have to share, or we open it up to questions?
No, Mike, here we go. If you want to just open it up to questions, Mr. Mayor, I think that's the end of what we had to say, and we would welcome questions. And as I mentioned, between online and in the audience, there's there's a number of members, partners.
Yeah. Of course, being that it's a standing policy committee, we'd like to ask if there's anyone in the public that wishes to make a presentation or to speak to this. Is anyone? If you please come up to the mic. I'm going to say state your name, not that we don't know, but thank you, Cindy.
Cindy Crane, CEO of the Lethbridge Chamber of Commerce. First of all, I'd just like to thank Robert Ulrich for working with us to get this topic into our most recent business survey. So from some of the information that we have provided on the initial data was approximately 62% of respondents indicate that either they or their employees travel for business purposes, while about only 34% reported no business travel activity. So that's quite a bit of travel outside of our region. The highest volume looked like it would happen in the spring and the fall for business travel. The reason they used the Lethbridge Airport, main reasons were proximity, it's close to home, and the combination of convenience and the feel to support local. Reasons for using the Calgary Airport were that perception of lower airfare, more direct flights, more frequent flights, and better destinations. We were asked to include in there some suggestions for future flight destinations. The top was Edmonton, so in Edmonton, Fort McMurray, Vancouver, Saskatoon, Kelowna, Phoenix, and then Ottawa. And again, this is all for business travel. As it was brought up earlier, that perception of cost is sometimes in the discussion. The common themes were, which we've heard, the frustration with lack of reliable service, which from what we're understanding is improving, and the interest in strengthening regional business connectivity through improved airfare service. So from that initial brief look at everything, the survey reveals that while many businesses value proximity and convenience, the Lethbridge Airport currently faces barriers to broader use due to limited direct flights, that perceived higher cost, and fewer airline choices. This, however, there is a clear interest from business community in expanding air service to enhance regional and national connectivity. Addressing these issues may unlock significant economic and logistical benefits for Lethbridge and the surrounding area.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ms. Crane. You may get some questions after, but we appreciate you presenting on that. Is there anyone else from the public that wishes to make a presentation on this? No one? All right, I'll turn it over to questions, and I do have in the queue, Councillor Crowson to start.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Crane. Actually, my question is to you. It sounds like the survey focused very much on business travel, but not on like larger economic development, using it for logistics, using it for packages and stuff. Do you have any sense about how many of your local businesses use the airport for other business purposes besides travel?
Our focus was basically that business trip, just to see, so it wasn't anecdotal. We might take a holiday, we might not. Right. Your business trip is your business trip, and you're going to take it. So it was very business focused.
But it wasn't on logistics and stuff. It was
there was some key points in there about logistics and how to move that forward in the future. But unfortunately, today we didn't have that data to dig that deep for today.
And I'll be asking Mr. Lewington the same question. When we're looking at logistics, highways, train, et cetera, what role does the regional airports, of course, whatever.
Canada's Western Gateway.
Oh, should have known you
so thanks for the surprise question. I think, it speaks to what we're working on as a part of our overall economic development strategy, and that is Canada's Western Gateway. And so when you think about transportation and logistics, there are three modes of transportation: road, rail, and air. And Lethbridge is well positioned to have all three. So we sit on the Canamex corridor. Of course, we're an hour away from the only 24/7 commercial crossing. So road is important. We have one of the largest independent rail terminals outside of Edmonton and Calgary, about halfway down that corridor. And then, of course, the regional airport plays a critical role for all of the reasons Mr. Prince listed, whether it be commercial movements, training of pilots for which there is global demand, private business aircraft. And a number of airports, ignoring again the historical legacy that you've inherited as the city around infrastructure, so not to give Mr. Sanchez heartburn, but many airports also become a center for other development and other ancillary services, which ultimately pay for the airport. So long term, the airport can become a hub for logistics, transportation, and related industries.
Because so often but the community in particular, only look at passenger flights. They only look at the airport going, whether or not I personally use it. How does a community in general, whether us or others, look at it in more of that logistical perspective? How is that? What sort of strategies are you seeing out there to do that?
Yeah, I mean, there are very few airports that actually make money off of passenger movements alone. In fact, it's all of those other things that tend to make them viable. So I would challenge the Chamber of Commerce and the business community to find ways where they can demand services. So for example, it's challenging to get true 24/7 coverage for couriers out of Lethbridge. There's not true overnight service. For most of the carriers, they pass through Lethbridge to Calgary, do their splitting and distribution, and then send it back. We have the airport, and so we need to demand as a business community, I think, more services, more use of that facility for those kinds of things. When companies are making investments, I think the airport in long term is a viable location. There's a number of acres there that can be developed for projects, and I'm sure that's very much a part of the long-term growth strategy for the site. And again, I think the business community needs to be a part of those discussions and be very much engaged in what is the potential, what are the opportunities, and obviously the corresponding investments that are required to get there.
Okay, thank you very much. And last question to you, Mr. Prince. I know you know everything you've just heard, but I want to have it stated again for the public. What is the airport doing to make better use of the airport for business, for logistics, for that? You've mentioned some of it, but outside of passenger service, which is what we tend to focus on, what is the future of the airport from the other areas?
Yeah, it's something that we're looking at all the time, obviously, because like I said, when I started there's kind of two main focus points. One is to build that passenger service, because that is key for the community, but then the other side is sustainability. So as Mr. Lewington mentioned, airports generally don't make all their money from just passenger flights. They tend to do it from land sale or land leases and things like that. And yeah, it all depends on what the community needs and is able to support. So just like passenger service, say for things like cargo service, there needs to be enough volume there to justify bringing in like overnight air cargo and things like that. So those are other areas that we're looking at as well. And maybe Mr. Briley or Mr. Sanchez might be able to speak to it. The infrastructure piece is definitely a bit of a roadblock at the moment, because there is a lot of underground and whatnot that needs to be done in order to build at the airport right now. So it's all stuff that we're working on, but yeah, there's a lot of extra pieces in there.
Well, I know there's infrastructure we still need to work on, but it wasn't that long ago that we were worried that, and we couldn't tell the public, we can say it now, that we were worried that the lights just wouldn't come on at night. So we've come a long way with the infrastructure, and it's very nice to see.
We definitely have.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. Have you conducted any recent data that would give us some indication as to the success of the changes that WestJet has provided for us in terms of larger aircraft and one in and out per day and the timing of that?
Yeah, as far as data goes, like, and as Mr. Perkins mentioned, like when you reduce the frequency, it does tend to make it difficult to stimulate that market. So we haven't seen a major reduction since switching to the larger aircraft, but yeah, we're still kind of waiting to see, because they're like Mr. Perkins said, they're changing schedules to try and find that kind of sweet spot. So as of right now, we're seeing it still fairly steady, and then hopefully as we kind of fine tune the schedule, that will continue to grow, because the aircraft is far more reliable now, and cancellations are I mean, next to nothing now, basically, compared to what they were before. So.
Okay. I'm sorry, what does that mean? Do we have an increase in passenger ridership because of the changes? And can we attribute the increase to those changes or not?
Right now, there isn't actually an increase. It stayed fairly steady with that change, actually. So the ridership is about the same as what it was before. but it's still a matter of building up that confidence with the public. 'Cause I think there's still that perception out there that
Okay.
that the reliability's not there.
So then I guess the question to Mr. Perkins would be, Mr. Perkins, if knowing that, if we're trying to increase the passenger service for regional customers, by going with one flight out in the afternoon, one flight in to Calgary, how are we trying to help build that market so that we have more passengers?
Yeah, this one is, it's a little bit tricky with air service. The single daily flights are tough, and right now I'd say our biggest constraint is a right-sized aircraft for that market to increase capacity over what we're currently seeing today. We had tried for a few years to work with Pacific Coastal to have that smaller aircraft that allowed for a more frequent service with lower density seating inside, that allowed to match the capacity with demand throughout the day. Unfortunately, we had challenges with reliability that didn't allow us to continue that partnership moving forward. Our fleet of 78-seat aircraft is, I would say it's a bit big and probably too large for the demand that we are currently seeing. The challenge we have is adding in, these flights are generally not. They're generally not profitable, and then these are probably at very close to break even. It could be below in some months for sure. And to add more capacity to routes that aren't making money, it becomes extremely difficult from an internal perspective to justify that. What we generally focus on is adding service where we see where we see profitability. So once we see profitability and demand increase, we will make those investments to drive more capacity into that market. We generally won't invest in markets preemptively without understanding what that demand looks like. So we're, to take the chance that, a second daily flight would drive more traffic, it becomes extremely expensive and just something that, with our razor thin margins that we have, even on some of our best routes, to do that on markets where we haven't seen, significant increases to demand or even changes to ridership, as Mr. Prince noted, from the change in schedule, it becomes difficult to warrant that investment without seeing the profitability that we would normally like to see. I think we definitely want to get to a point where we've, continuing to grow the market. It's just right now we're in a bit of a challenge with the fleet that we have, and the demand that we're seeing. And I think, as noted, one of the challenges with Lethbridge is it is close enough for people to get in the car and drive when the schedule permits otherwise. It's not quite, outside of the range where somebody can make that decision. So that it is a challenge that we have, and it's a good problem to have potentially, because it does give more options. But we would ideally like to see more people driving or flying in the planes, getting on and really letting us understand the true demand of people that are moving between those markets that would otherwise, want to use a WestJet service from Lethbridge versus driving to Calgary and getting on a plane in Calgary.
Well, last portion of the question then would be, have you considered earlier flight times in the morning, getting us to Edmonton and then going to the World from there, rather than going to Calgary, where we can drive?
Yeah, I mean, we would focus on flying to Calgary, where Calgary's our global hub. We fly to 90. We just announced our 90th destination starting this winter. So we've got quite a broader network in Calgary than we do in Edmonton that can connect people beyond to those destinations.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everybody who came to speak to this. Mr. Prince, thanks for the presentation and the explanation that's gone into this. I don't see a clear articulation of a long-term air service strategy or measurable goals. So we certainly talk about an air service strategy, but it's not defined in terms of timelines, targets, or any specific outcomes. Is there a roadmap coming to us in the future with regards to KPIs, any defined success metrics, or anything like that? Because this the report seems a little light to me.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you for the question. I think we're at the point now where we're developing a more robust air service strategy. So I might turn it to Mr. Ulrich just to speak to what we might be bringing forward in the future here.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Yes, exactly what Mr. Prince said. We are working on a longer-term strategy. So this presentation today was really about bringing this forward to council to let everyone know that we are working on a strategy. But there will be a more comprehensive, I guess, like you said, a roadmap document coming forward where we'll define our long-term goals, marketing plans, what the strategies are going to be looking like. So this will be coming forward, hoping after we collect this data, sometime later this fall. So by the end of the year, we should have a draft document.
Okay. Okay. And as part of that, then we talk about carrier engagement and diversification in that area. Are we looking at outlining a carrier diversification matrix sort of to address what our ideal routes would be, what our ridership, aircraft compatibility, and what incentive packages we may or may not be able to offer as we are working with those aircraft carriers?
That would be all. We should be going after, and the size of aircraft and the airlines, that type of thing. So.
Okay. The study that the chamber just did? So it's my understanding that the chamber just completed, as part of a partnership with the city, a study on aircraft passenger service for businesses. Is that correct?
I
need
wouldn't
some
call it a
explanation.
study quite at this point, because what we're going to do is take some of this data. It was a small section of our annual membership survey.
Okay. Okay, so, and you collected data then with specific questions
Yes.
around airport travel,
Yes,
that kind of thing?
yes.
Okay, as part of that, was there data on passenger leakage? So do we have specifics about here's how many people we surveyed, here's how many are actually, what percentage is going to Calgary, what percentage is flying out here, what's going to Great Falls? So some quantitative analysis of that?
Yes, Kevin does have access to a lot of that data. Our survey isn't technically closed till.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's not, we pulled the data that we had so we could help with some of the information for this presentation. So once the survey is completely closed, we'd be able to nail down some more of those things. Like, for example, there was the discussion about a direct flight to Edmonton rather than if Edmonton became our hub. Okay, if Edmonton became our hub, we know, and Edmonton was the #1 choice. Then if you're going to Fort McMurray, it's easier to go to Edmonton than on to that connecting flight to Fort McMurray or out to the next closest one was like Vancouver. So, and there's been, for those of us that do take that flight to Edmonton, we know that these top destinations are all available out of Edmonton. So I think it's just that, okay, for that business traveler, do you want your connection to Edmonton or do you want your connection in Calgary? And what would that look like from Lethbridge for you?
Okay, and when will we get that data?
Hopefully mid-August.
Okay.
We did put a request in to see if we could present at the SPC in August.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
To follow up though, Mr. Prince, on that one then, with residents who are traveling, where are we gathering that data?
So we're actually working with a consultant right now to gather that data, and it's a more comprehensive leakage study. So it's based on some new technology that they're able to use now to determine where people are normally, residing, and then if they're, picked up in Vancouver or Toronto or something, but they bypass Lethbridge, then we'll know that that was a leaked passenger, and then it shows the full kind of picture of how many people are driving essentially, and then we can put that all together into one package with information from the chamber and tourism and all that, and that's kind of building that fulsome package. So.
Okay, and then just my last question is, what is the timeline on that?
I think we're looking at end of the summer roughly to actually go and finish, because we want to try and what we want to do is get the most current data. So with the new schedule, to see if that leakage has actually changed with different schedules and whatnot. So later this year, probably in the fall.
In the fall, another report will be coming back to council on this?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is for reporting, but I assume that would be around that time. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions in the queue. Last chance, my colleagues, anyone? All right. With that, thank you very much, Mr. Prince, and thank you, Mr. Perkins, for being here, and Ms. Crane for your input and answers to the questions that council had. I have a resolution here from Acting Mayor Palladino, Lethbridge Airport Air Service Update. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council receive the Lethbridge Airport Air Service Update report as information. Councillor Palladino. Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council, for having me today, and I look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Next, we have a presentation coming from, I believe is the chief is here? Yeah, from Mr. Shaheen Madizadeh, Chief of Police, and Noella Paquette, Lethbridge Police Commission Chair, regarding body-worn cameras. And I'm not sure who will be presenting, but I know you may all be coming up to the mic. All right, and if we can we will steal a chair for you as well, so we can for the three of you, if we can get one around, because I think Councillor Carlson won't be using his, so we can get that around. Oh.
Oh, now we have.
I know.
Yeah.
More. I was going to stand too.
So, Ms. Visser and Ms. Paquette and Chief, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jen Visser. I am the Vice Chair on the Police Commission. I also sit on Finance Committee and have been on the Commission for 2.5 years. So thank you so much for having us today to talk about something that's been on Commission's talk for a very, very long time. So we're very excited to actually bring this to Council today to provide you an update for the provincially mandated implementation of body-worn cameras. And that we request some funding from Council for that. Background to that information is in March of 2023, Alberta mandated all frontline officers use body-worn cameras and a standardized digital evidence-based management system to be used by the end of 2026. This mandate is non-negotiable, and it reflects a provincial-wide push to enhance transparency and accountability to policing. You had a report provided to you with the ask that we had from for Council, along with the cost of that. So I will defer to questions and any other information needed.
All right, first I would ask anyone in the community or in the community, I guess, if you're logged in, but anyone in the gallery, if they'd like to make a presentation on this item or would like to speak to this item. Seeing none, all right, we would turn it over to questions, and I do have a few in the queue, and we'll start off with Councillor Dodick. Deputy Mayor Dodick.
Thank you. This question is to the City Treasurer. I prefaced this question a bit, not that long ago, the province mandated that we require hand counting of ballots during the municipal election because electronic tabulators apparently were something that approximately 34% of the people electorate didn't like. There was a cost associated with that, an extra cost to the city of approximately $300,000. And when then Minister McIver was asked whether the province would pay that cost, he was told, or we were told, that elections are a municipal responsibility and thus the municipality has to pay the $300,000 increased cost, despite the fact that the province had mandated that requirement. Which takes me to this, which, again, the province has mandated that the city does something at a cost far in excess of what they're prepared to cover in terms of the actual ongoing costs, the initial costs and things like that. Have you been able to calculate in terms of what the tax increase will be, the differential between the ask for the ongoing operational costs less the grants anticipated to be received? So it looks like it's going to be somewhere in the area of $700,000 a year or thereabouts. So have you done that calculation?
Thank you, members of SBC and Councillor Dodic. So in regards to that, I've done it on the gross amount so far. From that point of view, I could do it quickly here and the other. So at the 900,000, the ongoing amount, if those go off, that would be about 0.48% tax increase based on 2025 taxes. So I would say probably around a 0.4 to 0.42, and I could quickly do the math if required on the 700,000.
So basically, if the tax increase was going to be 4%, having this included, based on a provincial requirement and mandate, that 4% tax would then become 4.4%, just as an example.
That would be an example of if there was already a 4%.
Okay.
But I don't want to scare the public. But yeah.
Well, no, yeah. But 0.4% is the number that I'm particularly interested in. Thank you.
That's correct.
Councillor Middleton-O.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the first question will be in regards to Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, I inquired recently in regards to the BAU accounts that the police service have been submitting surplus to budget funds in over the course of a number of years. If I could take you back to 2020, when LPS, as I am informed, put $245,000 into a BAU account specifically for body-worn cameras. Is that correct?
Thank you, members of SBC, and to Councillor Milton-Hope. That is correct.
Okay. The second question then is, the previous council requested that in excess of $1 million would be removed from the LPS's budget. This goes back to 2021 to 22, if I'm not mistaken. Those funds were also eventually returned to LPS, I think, in 2022. Is that correct?
So there was a reduction that council did to reduce the overall operating budget by $1 million. And of course, that was LPC, LPS at that time used their BAU funds to offset that during that period. The increase, to my recollection, would be just the initiatives and so forth that came through in the 2023 to 2026 as part of the increase in budgeting. The $1 million would, the repayment of that or so forth would be with all the other asks and so forth and initiatives that came through in this current budget cycle.
So those funds were returned to LPS?
Well, in a different fashion. Mm-hmm. So I would say that I don't think it would, so it's not one for one. So there was back in 21 and 2022, it was a flat out amount that council just said out of the envelope of funding that we provide to LPC, we're going to pull $1 million. When it came to the 23 to 26 operating budget, the LPC came forward with their asks, which had a number of different pieces of initiatives that total up inside of there. So it wouldn't be a one-for-one piece.
Right.
And I'd refer back to members from LPC on that as well.
Okay. And just setting up the stage here for my ultimate question. So, as a council, we also authorized an increase of approximately $4 million per year, ostensibly to be used predominantly for recruiting, but $4 million a year per year over the course of this budget cycle. Is that also correct?
So there was the math on it. I'd have to go back and take a look at the exact, but yes, there was increases in amount for staffing over the 4 years for those amounts. And I would think those are roughly the numbers.
Okay. So then my question to the chair of the Police Commission would be, so we've heard a number of scenarios in which funds have been allocated to the police service. I'm wondering, are there any funds in the BAU account that could be appropriated specifically for body-worn cameras, given that funds have been flowing through that over the course of the last 5 years?
Thank you for your question. I'm going to refer to Daryl on that. As far as I know, there are no funds, but we'll go back to Daryl Matthews.
And thank you for that. And what I'll respond to on that one is currently at December 31st, 2024, there's only $117,000 that was at that time at December 31st. I'm not sure where that is as of today on that amount. What the other piece there that LPC does have is they have their capital life cycle funding. But when I say that, that's for all their assets, equipment, and so forth. Mm-hmm. And those funds are fully allocated, but those are $2 million in life cycle funding. Now, that's for replacement of everything from servers to equipment to other equipment that the police force would use as well. But nothing specific in there is for body-worn cameras.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a decent picture for what the ask is here. We're looking at also grants from the provincial government that will be $205,471 for the next 3 years. So can you explain how that will be reflected in the request that the Police Commission is coming forward with in regards to paying for all of the ancillary services that are required for the body-worn cameras? Because we've got a variety of different pricing schedules here, and I'm wondering how the BAU accounts and or the funding from the government can offset any of those costs. I mean, this is a significant amount of money. I think everybody recognizes that, and I'm simply inquiring as to, are there sources that can pay for these? And if there are, where are those available?
Thank you, Councillor Milton Hope. Just as a matter of background, in relation to even the BAU and the money that was set aside for the body-worn cameras in 2020 when I came here, there was $245,000 that was set aside, but knowing the true cost of body-worn cameras, I did not feel that we can even touch the fact that we can have body-worn cameras with that money, because there were a lot of costs that hadn't been factored in to come up with that amount, which were ongoing costs for licensing, etc., resources, vetting, disclosure. So we didn't want to do that. And then there was a decision made by the city, because we had so many BAUs in our budget, decision was made that actually put them all into one, and then anytime we wanted to use the BAU money for anything that we needed, we would go through the commission, get permission and authority to use the money, and then from there, the global BAU money was going to be spent. So, and also I want to talk about the 2020, we had the BAU, we had money left over, which we used to offset the reduction in our budget for the 2 years, that was the only time we could maintain the level of service to the community. And then fast forward with the new council and new presentation, we were given a new budget to add resources to our service. So the reality of the fact is, at this point, given the good work of our recruiting unit and what the community wanted us to do, we are almost fully staffed. And when we are fully staffed, we don't have those BAUs to use for these sort of ventures. So, in fact, last year we had a very small deficit in our budget, and we are predicting another small deficit this year, just because we are fully staffed or almost fully staffed, and we need those money. So, again, it's a long answer to your question, but just want to at least share that background to say that there is really no extra money to try to pay for this increase in our cost and delivering service. And if we need to come up with savings to pay for this through our current budget, it has to come at the loss of resources and programs to the community.
Right. And just to reinforce that, this is a change in policy and a requirement by the provincial government of all police services. This is not something that you've specifically asked for.
That's correct. As I said, the department wants the body-worn cameras, and they've been wanting it, but the reality was that we could not afford it based on all the other things that have to go with the body-worn cameras. Buying a bunch of cameras at a time at a cost of $245,000, it would have been simply putting them in the basement and let them collect dust over time. And now that we are mandated, we looked at what's the option. And as you know, the province did a procurement with Axon that they are going to be they were winner of that contract. And based on those numbers and what we needed for the service, number of cameras, and most important than that, the full-time employees needed to actually support the work, the extra work that these cameras are going to bring, vetting, disclosure, freedom of information requests, etc. We came up with this work, the numbers. Now, Staff Sergeant Myers has been very engaged, involved in establishing these numbers with his research with other police services who have had the cameras for a few years, and some of the challenges that they faced as they were moving on. So what you have before you is a very sensible, realistic way to move forward with the cameras, so we don't make the mistakes of other services, and actually we can deploy these with full comfort that they're going to provide support to our service and the community.
Thank you. Your Worship, I have a number of other questions, but I'll cede to my colleague and I'll come back into the queue.
Thank you. I do have a question further to realizing the cost, and a question I would have, and I'm sure you've got an answer to it, but I know when you're having the body-worn cameras, the chance of having more investigation on, say, concern that might come forward, because now you've got something, proof, evidence there, so there's going to be less time to find out truth, I guess, in what had transpired. What would be the realized cost savings of that?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Mayor. There'll be some savings in areas such as public complaints, things that people allege our officers have done that we can very easily investigate just by simply looking at the footage and knowing which way we want to go. So there'll be some cost, some savings on that, but I don't believe they're going to offset the cost of the vetting, disclosure, all those other things. Because again, when you look at the numbers you have before you, the resources needed to manage them, that's a very significant part of this ask. Because if we don't have those resources, based on what Staff Sergeant Meyer heard from other services when they didn't adequately staff support, some organizations are thousands of hours behind on that work, which they can never catch up. And we don't want to be in that position 2-3 years in the future. So based on those best practices, we are looking at it. But you're absolutely right. It's going to increase the budget in this area for sure, but there'll be some reduction in some of the other areas to support the investigations and especially public complaints.
And as they're learning the software, et cetera, the staff that would be there to review the video, et cetera, at the beginning, as you mentioned, it's going to be a little tougher, but as time goes along, there's probably less staff that would be required. Are these contract positions? How does that work?
No, the staff we need to actually, it's not going to get any easier because every footage has to be reviewed. It's got to be vetted. Now, not every footage has to be done that, but files that go to Crown that eventually presented to court, they need to be vetted and prepared for court disclosure eventually and submissions for that. So those are the files that I'm talking about. And So that need is not going to get any less or easier. In fact, as cameras are used and deployed more often, there'll be more demand for that. But so that the FTEs that we are asking to provide the support is to make sure the work is done in a professional way, in a consistent way, and also if it's not done by the FTEs, we're going to have police officers sitting behind screens doing that work, which is going to take away from the visibility and what the police officers are paid to do to provide service to the community. So that work can easily be done by civilian staff, but we need full-time employees to do that on an ongoing basis, and because it's just really supporting the investigations and court process, which if we don't give that, emphasize that piece, then we can lay charges, but they're not going to go anywhere in courts.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this in. So you sort of said this, but I just want to be very clear. There won't be any future requests. This will cover storage of this material. This will cover staff to go through it. This will cover everything. So for the next few years, if this is paid out, you won't be coming back for body-worn cameras or incidentals in the next few years.
That's correct. For today, this is based on the resources that we have and cameras that we need. This is certainly going to be what our ask is. Now, if the organization grows because of population growth over time, obviously any additional officer that we hire, we need to add this cost into a police officers when we hire them. So those costs are going to go up based on this. But again, it's not that we are adding many officers in the next few years. So this cost is to provide the cameras to our officers. And we went with that option because it was the best option to go without having to hire more IT staff for support and all that. Like the provider will do all that function from storage, servicing, new cameras coming in, providing those to us and moving forward versus owning the cameras, which puts the onus on us to have even more resources to do that. So this is actually a way to minimize a lot of those costs and at the same time, provided we don't add any more cameras, which means adding more officers, that's the cost. But I think the cost in the future for officers, and that's something that we can work with Daryl's team in the city, that we need to start adding those into a police officer's positions cost to make sure as we add police officers, we are reflecting on that cost as well.
Bringing in a new technology like this, back when phasers were brought in, et cetera, you get a new device, but you also have to make sure you've got the plans, the policies, and everything behind. I see in the readings you provided that the police service has an operational plan for how this will be used, how it will be reviewed. Does the commission have an overarching policy on this? Is that created? Did the province create one? Are the policies in place behind this from governance?
I have been informed that the province is working on them. We will advise when we have them. If not, we will create one, a temporary one, and certainly run it past City Council.
Okay, so we are expecting a provincial policy, but if not, if the cameras come before the policy, the commission has a plan in place to create something in
yeah.
Okay.
I can also add, that Staff Sergeant Myers has been part of the provincial committee when all this was coming forward to actually look at deployment, policies, use, etc. And I think, Kyle, do you want to come and explain where that is? Because it's still working in progress, but Kyle can explain that.
Because the public's going to want to know, when is it on and when is it not on? How is this accessed? All that information. Yeah, and you don't have to give it all, but people will want to know that, are those plans in place? Are we creating them? Is the province creating them? Who's responsible for all that?
So we will create our own policies that are specific to our police service and our city. The province is working through those with themselves, part of their new mandate with the new sheriff's policing service that's coming in. This is where the body-worn cameras are being deployed provincially. So we'll have our own internal policies that will guide our officers as well as the citizens' access to that information.
And with all this, and we're talking about costs as well, is there any training costs that we're not imagining here that you will have to have? Because, I mean, you are now training a whole bunch of people on new technology. Is that included in what you're asking for today, the training costs?
Yes, you'll see in year one, I believe they're somewhere around $50,000 bill. That covers bringing in Axon reps from their facilities to train our subject matter experts. And then that builds in a cost to training our frontline members, as well as the rest of our staff that'll need to take it. And then there's some ongoing training costs attached to the 4-year plan in order to keep our people up to date on current trends and equipment requirements.
And this might not be a fair question, and any of the four of you can answer it, who is responsible for the piece that goes out to the public that these are coming through, how they will be used, et cetera? Like, who's doing that public piece on, you know, police are now going to be wearing this, expect this to be happening?
I would anticipate we as the police service would be doing that in conjunction with the commission. If you look at the history of these cameras being deployed in other municipalities or other agencies, they've often done media events and public releases that stipulate what the rules are. All that information is also readily shared on web pages with access there. So if anybody wants to see, Calgary Police Service has their entire policy readily available to anybody. They can go look at it anytime.
And expectation from the public, when will these be going into use in Lethbridge?
I would anticipate sometime early 2026.
So I can.
Well, early to mid 2026.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'll step out right now. Thank you both.
Thank you, Councillor Lindholm.
Good, thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions in regards to, well, I'm most keenly interested in the budgeting. There's a portion in here in this report that indicates that there will be 4 new staff and training that will be required. However, it's identified as one-time expenses, Mr. Matthews. Why is it expressed as one time? I mean, there is the initial training as Staff Sergeant Myers has just indicated, but there's ongoing training. Then we've got 4 new staff personnel. How is that identified as one-time cost?
Thank you, members of SBC, and to Councillor Milton Hope. So, being that we're in the middle of the 4-year operating budget, typically what would happen in here, you would see that the recommendation coming from us would be using the corporate budget contingency because there are ongoing costs, like you're noting, for some of those pieces. So, unfortunately, all those funds were used to facilitate some of the expenditures on the LDE side of the world. So what we're presenting here now is that it is actually using one-time funding from the MRSR to fund ongoing costs. And you know, I've heard before from myself that that's not good, but at the same point, we're in that position right now where we've had a few one-time costs that have exceeded the amount that we've ever expected to have from our budget contingency.
Okay. Are you satisfied that the $205,000 grant is adequately expressed in the documentation we have?
Thank you. And in that regard, it's the best information we have right now from the province and what they released out. So I believe that's, to our best of our knowledge, what we will have. But at that point, so I guess we're being, with the information we have, it seems reasonable at this point to actually include the $205,000 inside of there as an offset. Unfortunately, if that didn't transpire, we'd have to come back and have another conversation.
And it's identified initially for 3 years. That could be extended. It could also be withdrawn, I presume, as well.
Yes, and thank you. So yes, you are correct in that regard. What we know right now, it sounds like it's 3 years. I'm not quite sure whether or not there's any other communication on from the point of view of going longer. It could, but it could also be ended at that period or as well.
Okay. Last question to the Chief. Chief Medizadeh, you've indicated 130 cameras will be required. We have an authorized strength of 188 police officers. Do we need more cameras? Does everybody get a camera by themselves and that they keep in their lockers? How do the numbers reconcile?
I'll actually ask Staff Sergeant Myers because he did the research on that. So not every officer needs to carry these cameras. These are for frontline officers, our community peace officers who are also frontline, and also those officers who are not in specialized units, but they're going to get called out on TAC calls, etc. to ensure they have cameras, and also a few extra cameras contingency when something breaks down and we're waiting. But Staff Sergeant Myers can give the...
So how did we arrive at 130?
It was actually 165, so I'm not sure where the 130 is. Maybe that's an older number. So we're anticipating rolling out 165 cameras. So that number comes from essentially equipping every frontline officer that would work from our patrol section, anyone that front faces the public, in a uniformed capacity. Also fully equipping our tactical teams and our critical incident response groups. Building in a percentage off of that of a contingency base to be able to deploy out to special events. So if you have a unit that's going to do a particular event that we know we're going to be in direct contact with the public, a search warrant, public order units managing a demonstration, they'll all be outfitted and equipped up. So we have a percentage built into that. We believe 165 will be enough to staff what we need at any given time.
Okay, so that number has changed from what's in the documentation. The financial numbers haven't.
No, the numbers that you're seeing there are the numbers that are based off of 165.
Good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
If I can just add to that, actually, so we're talking 165 cameras now. These are transportable. So, for example, if you have, I don't know what the number is you have on duty each and every day, could those not be used, multiple people use the same camera?
No. So Axon and the whys of their business model and why they would be a multi-billion-dollar company is that they are assigned to a particular officer. And a particular officer not only has to have a camera, they have to have an operator's license attached to it to be able to access the digital evidence management system.
Would make sense.
We have to individually issue them. What other agencies have done is built a reserve that they hold back, and then they can assign as needed. So you don't have to necessarily have one for every officer if you wanted to deploy. You can reassign cameras and licenses on as an ad-need basis, but your frontline needs to be
logistically, it's a
staffed.
little crazy. Okay, no, I appreciate that. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Medizde, I know, I mean, it's, I know that this has become mandatory with the province, but I just wonder, before this was handed down for the police service, was there ever any consultation, you know, considering the extreme cost of the body-worn cameras, did you ever talk about it with the government, and did you ever offer any feedback, or was this is it, and then when the mandatory announcement was made, what was kind of your reaction?
Actually, majority of the services welcome this, but we also know and also when the complaints come in, we can much quicker and easier deal with them. So was it a shock? No, but it certainly was a welcome news when the mandatory piece went in. So, because shy of it becoming mandatory, we wouldn't have any option to even get them because we just don't have that in our budget. But now that it's mandatory, and the whole province is going to be, every organization, every police service is going to be using them. And again, it's just going to add the transparency and public trust to the police service delivery.
And is this right across the country as well? No, not just Alberta.
It's just Alberta right now.
Oh, just Alberta. It doesn't go across the country.
No.
And there was no chance to negotiate the expense of these cameras at all? This is the cost, this is what you got?
This is the best cost. So RCMP has done their own procurement, and Axon was the winner of that contract. And then we were waiting for the province to do their procurement and looking at which one was the best deal, and then we can piggyback on those numbers. So in this case, we'll, if supported, obviously, and we get the funding, we'll probably most likely use the province's procurement process to move forward with them.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Dodick.
At the risk of asking an operational question, one thing that came in my mind is being familiar with defense lawyers. I'm sure you've considered the fact that there's going to be more disclosure requirements and things of that nature. So when you're talking about policies about when and when not to use the camera, I'm assuming that you're going to take into account situations that if you don't have the camera on, you're going to run into situations where defense counsel will be screaming bloody murder if you don't have the camera on. So I guess my question really is, have you considered the disclosure requirements in terms of the implications to the staff that might be needed to deal with those requirements?
Yes, and Kyle, I may have asked you to come back because he's got the numbers as to the amount of time that's needed to do that. Because again, we were just waiting for Kyle to do that complete research to actually know what do we need for FTEs. Because you're absolutely right, these things do take resources to manage, disclosure, and many other demands that come with such technology. And I'll defer that to Kyle to actually educate everyone on what it takes to actually provide that disclosure.
Yeah, so as part of our scan across the province, we relied heavily on the Calgary Police Service. They're kind of like the industry leader in the application of the camera in Alberta. So utilizing a model and generating an average number of hours of disclosable video per officer, and then in turn, how much that could be processed by a civilian employee, we land at a number that was a touch higher than what we're asking for today, but we've come in asking for 4 support staff to be able to help manage the program, 1, and 2, the disclosure attached to it. So that staff, we believe, will be able to handle the full volume when this plan is fully up and running somewhere in 2026. Having said that, everything adjusts a little bit. As much as you think you can anticipate what we are when we compare ourselves to other agencies, I found out over the years of policing that we always have a little bit of a different take on things in Lethbridge. Per year of disclosable video. Yeah. So Calgary found that they were generating, on average with patrol officers, somewhere around 30.5 hours of disclosable video a year. Now that's only disclosable video. That's video just going to court for criminal purposes. So I anticipate that that number would have been higher. Other agencies in other parts of the province found it a little bit lower. So we took Calgary's numbers just as our closest comparator, operating out one of their districts, and to see what it was worth.
I see no further questions in the queue, so thank you very much, Chief, Ms. Paquette, and Ms. Visser. Very much appreciate the work. I do have, sorry? Oh, yes, of course, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, you'll have to come up again. Thank you very much. I have a resolution here from Deputy Mayor Dodick. Body-worn cameras. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council, number 1, approve the expenditures from body-worn cameras as follows: up to $555,000 in 2025 and up to $914,000 in 2026. And that these expenditures be funded from the MRSR as a one-time allocation net of any grants received as follows: up to $555,000 in 2025 and up to $709,000 in 2026, and direct administration to include the ongoing budget pressure for body-worn cameras in both 2027 and 2028 to 2031 operating budgets. Deputy Mayor Dodick.
Yes, thank you very much. As we heard, this is provincial government mandated budget pressure, which is going to add to the, obviously, the tax implications for our property owners. The resolution, just to break it down, is the $550,000 in 2025 is simply for the capital costs, and then the operational costs start in 2026 of the 914. So what we're approving is those budget numbers, the first 2, and the bottom 2, which is up to 555 and 709. Those are basically on the assumption that we're going to get the maximum annual amount of $205,471 for 3 years from the province to offset some of the costs. Now, I think you got to remember that what we're doing is only approving the 2025 and 2026 costs, expenditures. In our material, we have 2027, 2028, and 2029 indicated as well. And for that 2027 year, And 2028 year, you're still getting the grant, assuming the grant is going for the 3 years. So the grant is for 2026 through 2028, although we're only approving up to 2026. If the grant is not extended, then in 2029, it jumps up to the full cost. So you add the 205,000 to it. So basically what I'm saying is that the example that we used of the 0.4%, if this is an ongoing operational requirement by the police, which obviously it will be because it's mandated, that 0.4% can jump up to somewhere in the area of 0.6%. But again, we're only doing 2025 and 2026 right now, and in reality, we really don't have a choice in this particular matter. This is a requirement, and we basically have to do it. The province is prepared to pay the 205,000, which is not a large percentage of the actual cost. Nevertheless, the police require it, the province requires it, and I think we have no choice but to approve this.
All right, I see no further debate, so can I take it the question's been called?
Question's been called.
All in favor?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something to add, Councillor Carlson?
Sorry, my hand was up. I just had a question for the mover, if I can, before the final vote was called. I was just a little unclear why we have the second part in there about the up to 709. Because it just confuses me, like we're approving two. Should we not just approve the one? And that, I'm not sure why there's two different numbers in there. Like, are we sure we're getting the 205? Because then we don't need the 914 in there.
No, we're not sure of it. And I talked sort of offline with city treasurer in one of those sidebars, and basically asked the same question. Said we're approving the expenditures of the 555 in 2025 and the 914 in 2026. So we have to approve those as expenditures. If we get the money from the province, and we have no expectation that we won't, then the actual cost will be reduced. So we do have to actually approve the expenditures as they actually are.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. And my second question was going to be, was there ever any consideration of just approving the 555 in 2025 and actually doing some advocacy or lobbying, whatever we wish to call it, of the province to come up with more cash?
Well, that works. Well, that worked really well with the hand counting thing when we were told to do it. Since it's an extra 300,000, we were told in no uncertain terms that it's a municipal responsibility that we put on you, so therefore you have to pay for it. My guess is, well, at least from my perspective, I'll give my opinion on that. I don't think anything would come of it.
I tend to agree, but I guess I live in hope. But thank you, I'll support it.
You live in a fantasy.
I don't know if there's anything Mr. Matthews had, just something quickly to add.
Thank you, Mayor Egan. So just one piece I want to say on the second section of numbers in there too. So the first part, just like Councillor Dodick mentioned, under the MGA Section 248, Council needs to approve the expenditure. That's why it's the larger amount. But I also, because it's coming from a reserve, we also need you to approve the reserve transfer, which is the reduced amount of the 709. That's the difference of it. Grants, when they come in, yes, we'll get awarded those and so forth. They'll make up the difference. But administration is not allowed to take money just out of a reserve from that point of view unless they're delegated within side of the policy.
Thank you. Now, not that it's going to be of any difference, but I'm sure. Oh, all right. Before we do the call to vote again, Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Question to the mover then, and to Mr. Matthews, then why wouldn't we just simply say up to? Why wouldn't we just simply say up to 914,000 and remove the 709,000 component? Does that cover it? Because it seems, I don't disagree with Councillor Carlson. It is a bit confusing.
So if members of council would like to do that, what you would say that, you would just say with funding coming from up to funding of 914 from the MRSR, and what the theory behind
net any grants.
netting of any grants. Yeah, that's right.
So then the question to a question to the mover would be, are you interested in a friendly? And a question to Councillor Carlson, does that answer your question, Jeff?
Thanks, Councillor. That would make a lot more sense to me. It seemed rather muddy to me. I think I understood it, but yeah, why not just say net of any grants? Because what if they gave us 210?
It does say net of any grants, but you're saying
If I might.
Just use the 914.
If I might,
Net any grants.
the ask is whether I would see this as a friendly amendment. No, I'm not prepared to do that. And the reason for that is because having it this way, we basically, or at least indicating that we're hoping and expecting from the province that the amount that is going to cost in terms of ongoing is going to be, for 2026, is going to be 709,000 versus 914. If you put it net of grants, then you're not giving any indication of that. So I think the resolution as framed, in conjunction with the report, gives the most information to the public. So I'm not prepared to, I mean, you can move it as an amendment and have a vote on it, but I'm not prepared to accept it as a friendly.
How about an unfriendly?
So Councillor Midland Hope, Councillor Carlson, with that explanation, will it still make sense as the net of any grants received? You're okay moving forward that way?
I'm fine with it as it stands, and I'm glad we had the discussion because it clears up. And it does sort of, as Deputy Mayor says, it then kind of puts it on record that we've kind of been promised an amount by the province. If they suddenly don't come through with it, there's a paper trail.
Right.
I'm looking for clarity, and if we can live with this, we'll live with it.
Well, it's
At
you
the end
the
of
one
the
to
day,
do the
I
friendly.
think-
Are you going to live with it?
Yeah, I think the optics of whether or not the province recognizes a motion from the city council in Lethbridge as to whether or not we're going to get a grant, I think is moot. It really makes no difference. So yes, let's go ahead with what it is, if that'll get passed.
All right. The question that was called some time ago, we'll recall again. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And we'll take a quick 5 to 10 minute break, if we could. Thank you. elongated 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as we move forward regarding economic development research and support. So I don't know if Mr. Brierley to introduce or just go straight to, okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews.
And thank you, members of Economic SPC. Today, both Ms. Minton and myself will be going through and providing this. So I'll start off, and then Ms. Minton will do the better part at the very end and finish off the presentation. Yes, and so the very first here, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present today as directed by Council at the June 10th meeting. Our presentation today outlines resources needed to support the development and implementation of Lethbridge's economic development strategy. Next slide. So what we're going to do today is we're going to walk you through 4 key areas in our presentation. First, I'll be going through the background and previous council direction, as well as we'll be talking about the resourcing needs, proposed resourcing strategy, and next steps to move this work forward. Next slide. The following 2 slides provide a high-level overview of some of the key decisions that brought us to today's meeting and this presentation. First, in October of 2023, Council directed administration to develop a comprehensive and consistent approach to support business development, revitalization, and investment. The outcomes of this work were previously shared with Council and included reviewing of the existing development-based incentive programs, stakeholder engagement, and needs assessment. Next slide. One of the outcomes of the review was Council's approval of the pilot business development, expansion, and retention program that passed this past May, in addition to direction provided to create a broader economic development strategy. Most recently, on June 10th, Councillors Schmidt-Rempel and Croson brought forward a motion that was approved by Council directing administration to identify temporary resources needed to complete and implement the economic development strategy and potentially other development-based incentives. Next slide. So in this one, this slide here, this is one correction on it. This is both engagement themes and events. So it is going on here as well. But the slide highlights some of the engagement events and actions where we heard from our economic development partners over the past 18 months of engagement since Council directed the review of development-based incentives and of our fee-for-service partners and EDL and Tourism Lethbridge. These directed reviews have prompted more focused conversations about the state of economic development in Lethbridge. The following slide will detail the high-level themes of that feedback. Administration wishes to note that we are grateful to EDL, Tourism Lethbridge, and other partners for providing additional resources and insights that help us better understand, among many topics, the factors and conditions that drive location-based investment decisions. Many described factors from the feedback shared are within the mandated of City Council and administration, such as capital and land use planning, policy and process development, reporting and analysis. Next slide. You can see some of the key themes highlighted here, including the need for an overarching strategy, the need of enhanced communication and partnering, the need for more data, and the need to consider the city's role in supporting broader aspects of economic development beyond tax incentives, such as supports to attraction and retention and infrastructure. We have taken this feedback to heart and used it to respond to this OBM. Considering how to advance Council's economic development strategy and the development of the future development-based incentives while integrating the feedback from EDL and our other local economic development experts. Our recommendations and our focus on strategy, data, attraction and retention, research and analysis, and ongoing engagement and communications locally and the region. With that, I'll pass it over. Oh, I got one more slide here, actually. Yeah, never mind. I saw Ms. Minton looking at me like, wait a minute. So on this slide here, before we review the temporary resources that we propose to advance Council's economic development vision, we want to take a moment to review the overarching strategy and how the many different pieces fit together between Council, administration, and our partners. The economic development strategy that we will build over the next several months will define the vision of where we're going, priorities, what our key priorities are, for example, economic outputs like jobs, capital investment, or taxation growth, and could also include broader community outcomes like housing. You also include measurable outcomes. These are our KPIs. So what you measure is what you determine to be the most important. The strategy will also have 3 core streams focusing on investment readiness, the things like water, transportation, infrastructure, utilities, housing, community amenities, labor, and data. These are the foundational elements that business need to operate. Business retention and expansion is another area. This includes supply chain analysis, training and support, product development, networking, financial incentives, and ongoing engagement with business and institutional partners to understand needs and challenges. And then also investment and traction. These are the key activities like marketing strategies, site tours, websites, et cetera, that attract residents, talents, and investors. It also includes the system and structures that enable aligned, productive partnerships. Through the economic development strategy, we will also better understand the division of labor between city administration and our partners. As Council is aware, there are certain elements of economic development that we cannot delegate, such as budgeting, planning, policies, and city processes. We will continue to own these outcomes regardless of the form that the strategy takes. Other actions like attraction and promotion program, development and market research, which support the execution of the strategy, can be accomplished through administration and partners as they are today. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Minton.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. So today, I beg of you to think of me as Mr. Perry Stein, our City Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships Manager, who has engaged with stakeholders and prepared the data for today, and he has passed it on to me as he is away on vacation. I'm pleased to share that we have identified short-term resources required to expedite the creation of Council's economic development strategy and the potential development of future investment incentive programs. Before discussing monetary requirements, the next 2 slides describe the work that we anticipate the city needs to complete. First and foremost, of course, is your strategy. City Council has directed administration to build the strategy. This strategy will showcase the opportunities, assets, and partners that will help us achieve our clear vision and clear outcomes. The strategy will be owned by Council and implemented through a combination of both internal and partner resources. Beyond clarifying roles and responsibilities, Council strategy will also enable existing and new investors to help our community continue to grow and thrive. To do so, it will rely on a strong foundation of market data and community knowledge. Implementing an overarching strategy tells our local business and economic development community that we have heard them, as they have shared in recent engagement events over the last 18 months that this is required to support both the city's efforts and their own to be successful. The second one here is, of course, our economic and investment data portal. We know we need to monitor the implementation of Council's economic development vision. And to help current and prospective investors make informed decisions, we will all need timely access to sound market and community outcome data. We believe creating a publicly accessible data portal will help us not only put good information into the hands of those that need it, it will also help us to own our own story. This data portal is distinct from data dashboards that we find at our partner organizations, in part because we would look to leverage internal data we probably haven't shared before, and we need to be able to, and build upon our existing open data city portal. There are opportunities to partner with local economic development agencies, local post-secondaries, to be able to build, maintain, and mobilize this data in the portal and ultimately amplify the city's messaging that we are indeed open for business. This action directly responds and is aligned again to the feedback from our partners who have told us the city needs to make data-driven decisions about planning, about policies, for example, development-based incentives, and of course, internal city processes. Lastly, for this slide, a clear benefit for the city to manage their economic and community development messaging is using it to attract and retain talent in our community. Year over year, the local business community has shared their challenges with attracting and retaining skilled labor through the Brighter Together survey, a survey we appreciate. And as a larger employer, we resonate with many of their challenges. This work is an opportunity to respond to that feedback and support our shared labor market needs. Next slide, please. As part of the work of building and implementing the economic strategy, we also require resources to conduct our research and analysis. This could be contracting specialized resources to design additional investment incentive programs. We all know there's a phase 2, of course, and to advance the specific outcomes that Council has identified in their strategy. Evaluate emerging economic opportunities presented through partners or investors is needed, and we need to review opportunities for internal process improvements to ensure we are consistently business-friendly. We know that our economic development partners take on some of this work today. They do this through council-funded market research and analysis projects, or as they leverage grants from other levels of government, which they are very good at doing, and we appreciate it. However, not every project is going to be able to be completed by another agency, as often work can be confidential, it can be timely, or it directly impacts how we show up as the city, and thus needs to remain in-house. Lastly, on this slide, this area of work is about maintaining strong ongoing dialogue with our local and regional partners, including current and prospective investors. It is also about helping existing and prospective investors to navigate city processes, gaining their feedback on policy initiatives, and ensuring that we have market intelligence to support the implementation of council strategies. This work could take the form of surveys, focus groups, open houses, and much more. It focuses on building and maintaining strong city relationships with local and regional economic agencies and relevant government ministries. All 5 of these potential actions align with the 3 core streams of work within the economic development strategy, those being investment readiness, business retention and expansion, and investment attraction. And next slide, please. This looks like a visual test here. I hope everyone can see it. The font is small. To deliver on City Council's economic development agenda, we know we need a vision, we need strategy, resources, data, and we need access to expertise. We also know that we need our partners to support us at every step of the way, building the plan, identifying resources and data, and integrating timely our subject matter expertise. And as is the case today, delivering aspects of that strategy that they do so well through fee-for-service agreements. This highlights the importance of a strategy to provide the city a clear sense of focus on how to work effectively with our partners. The resourcing strategy that administration has created, again, thank you to Mr. Stein for his efforts today, is in response to the request of Council. It allows us to take a larger, more strategic step back into work areas that are firmly within municipal jurisdiction. Those things that Mr. Matthews spoke of, the planning, setting priorities, creating and approving citywide policies, designing and continuously improving our in-house processes, and building and maintaining data strategies to enable greater monitoring and greater reporting. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about money. To respond to the June 10th OBM request of City Council, and in addition to aligning internal capacity to meet Council's economic development priorities, we propose a one-time funding allocation from the MRSR between $350,000 to $475,000 in 2025 and 26. This one-time funding would be aligned to the 5 areas of work and city-owned deliverables we just reviewed, including, again, creating the strategy, creating the one-stop data portal. This will be for internal, external use. For developing a community attraction strategy, this cannot be done without our partners, so it would be done in partnership. Providing our as-needed research and analysis support, and of course, ongoing sector and regional engagement. As this is one-time funding, it gives us an opportunity to deliver and evaluate. With that insight, we can then return to Council through the next operating process in 2006 for the 2027 stub year budget. This is going to help us describe the need for ongoing funding as requested. Administration has identified the full ask as option 1 of the $475,000 and the lesser ask as option 2 of $350,000. Of course, including option 3 being no one-time funding at all. If Economic Committee and Council were to ultimately approve option 1, it will allow administration to move forward more quickly on these actions, whereas option 2 will require more time potentially spent acquiring external funding through grants or partnerships or redeploying resources from other priority initiatives. So it's still doable. But option 3, of course, will require that all work will be completed with existing and no net new funding, which may result in delays or other works being delayed as resources are shifted. And the last slide, please. This last slide shows the emergent work that's linked to economic development over the next 2 years. The top bar includes reporting back on the recently approved development-based incentives program, the construction of the integrated growth management strategy, and other aligned projects such as the land use bylaw update. These must occur. In addition, the city continues to respond to new investor inquiries. We must engage with our key stakeholders. We need to improve processes. We've heard that, and we want to be able to do better. And where required and when possible, we want to be able to improve those processes. This presentation describes the resources needed for a short-term service level increase to meet Council's emergent needs to build their economic development strategy and your corresponding implementation plan. Should Economic Committee and Council approve this one-time funding request, administration believes that we can expedite the creation of the strategy, understanding the final product will be approved by the next Council early in their mandate. With additional funding, administration can also formalize and expedite key partnership, data, and engagement work that is currently at the exploration stage, including the creation of an economic and investment data portal, community attraction strategy, and of course maintain those ever-present and important key relationships. These one-time resources will increase our response to the needs of our economic development partners and existing and prospective investors and promote the city's readiness and openness to do business. And with that, Mr. Matthews welcomes questions. I'll do a few myself.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Matthews and Ms. Minton. We do want to find out if there's anybody in the gallery that wishes to make a presentation or anything to this particular item. Seeing none, I'll turn the time over for questions for Mr. Matthews or Ms. Minton. Sure. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, and I'm not sure, Mr. Matthews, if you can answer this one. So we're looking at developing this, and I always like to go back governance, 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 right from the very beginning. We sort of have three groups that have been helping us with economic development. I mean, there's others, but three main ones. We have EDL, tourism, and sports. Sports has the advantage over EDL and tourism in that there is a sports and recreation city council policy. When we are looking at going right back to grounding stuff, have we looked into creating an economic development policy and a tourism policy? Are we going to start with those basic ground things of, because when I look at the sports policy, for example, it actually outlines, city council's role is to make sure there's adequate land. We should be doing that for economic development. City council will make sure through the capital and operating budget that we'll look at funding requests. So that the basic grounding stuff comes straight from sports policy, and I think they have a different role with us because they have a policy in place. So are we going to look as far back as creating policies for tourism and EDL as part of this?
And thank you, members of SBC and Councillor Crowson, in regards to the question. So, when we're many different facets, I guess the short answer is yes, we'll look at frameworks and so forth, and whether that's policies, bylaws, and so forth when it comes to economic development. Those will be components we can bring along on the journey, and in that time frame. Initially, we must admit, with our initial work that we were looking at, because of workloads, we were looking at the strategy component to get that done inside of there, and then later on, we would get to it. Now, with other components, yes, we definitely could look at policies and so forth, and here again, they could be bylaws as well, depending on the need for it.
Thank you. That's my only question for right now. I'm not sure if anybody else has one. I'll just step out.
I see no further questions. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Didn't, but I did.
Thank you very much. So just taking a look at this, I'm wondering, because we have two of the partner organizations in our audience, Economic Development Lethbridge and Tourism Lethbridge, in taking a look at the presentation that we've just had, I'm wondering if those two organizations or a representative from those two organizations could share what they believe that they are already doing under what's just been presented today. And I'm just looking to see where there might be overlap in what the city is wanting to do in the strategy and what's already being done. So, Mr. Lewington, you'll start, and then we'll let Tourism Lethbridge decide who they want to send up.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, I think it's important to remind the committee and through you to council that our strategy is actually your strategy, right? So the economic development strategy that our organization compiles is put together over a number of months by members of our board, which includes council, which we bring to you for approval and feedback, which you fund. So it's not my strategy, EDL's strategy. Our strategy is the city's strategy. Our strategy, of course, is tactical in the sense that it's mostly outward facing. It's what are we doing to attract business? What are we doing to support business? How are we supporting entrepreneurs, creative industries, all of those things? I think that, what the presentation is getting at is, and, again, your staff can speak to this, is what is the city's role in supporting or enabling those tactical plans? Similar for tourism, obviously tourism is implementing your plan, the destination management plan that council set in place, and the mandate for Tourism Lethbridge is to go and execute that plan on your behalf. So similarly, what are the other things that council and administration need to do to support to enable those things to happen? And I think, part of why, I would assume, part of the reason why the review was brought forward by Councillor Middleton Hope originally was to make sure those things are aligned, right? And so part of the review process we're going through right now is to try and make sure we're understanding what the city's expectations are and how those things line up. And so to me, that sort of dovetails. It's a bit awkward to be standing here before you as a review is currently in progress to speak to what might be the next phase when we don't know the outcome of the first phase. But I think I hope that answers your question.
Well, and I guess what you see that we've got things that we want to work on. So for instance, the data portal. I know that Economic Development Lethbridge has a data portal. And I will come back to Ms. Minton to ask what the difference is between the two and what value our taxpayers will get out of a city-led data portal as opposed to an Economic Development Lethbridge data portal. But when you see those things outlined, what are the things that you believe Economic Development Lethbridge has already worked on that we could be making use of, or we haven't been making use of, or anything like that? I'm looking for those shared points that we can look at reducing some of the costs in this ask.
Right. Yeah. So to use that example, our organization does have a market data tab on our website, so people can go to chooselethbridge.ca/market data. There's all kinds of interactive reports that can be generated. There's all kinds of information that's collected. There are also a number of other tools that we have available to people to access. The job, for example, we maintain a job board that compiles all of the postings in Lethbridge by every employer and every marketing service. It automatically compiles those into one master job board, so that's helpful for job seekers. There's also a back end of that. So from a workforce development perspective, we can look at the trends in data for the number of postings, the average wage rates, and all of those kinds of things. So we're already doing that work. Those tools already exist. My suggestion would be that, if council, if the committee and administration choose to move forward, obviously part of the discussion we would make sure those things line up, that whatever we're producing, the city doesn't want to duplicate. And my understanding from the presentation would be that, those would be other things that the city has information on that are not already on our portal. Mm-hmm. And so, at some point it might make sense to say, is it a one-stop shop? We integrate those two things, but I think it sounds like there's some different reporting, there's some different information that the city contemplates bringing forward. So I think to your question, not knowing exactly what's contemplated in the scope of work for this particular project or in those specific buckets, I would simply suggest that we would need to work closely, should this work proceed, to make sure that what we're doing isn't duplicated, and or if there are things that we're doing are complementary, that we can integrate those things seamlessly.
Okay, thank you very much. And I pose the same question to Tourism Lethbridge, please.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. And we stand behind all the comments made by Mr. Lewington. One of the items that struck me throughout this presentation is, we've always talked about tourism as part of economic development and economic development as part of tourism. And we strongly believe that. There are a few items, especially when you're talking about the surveys being done and the Brighter Together survey. Tourism Lethbridge did invest heavily last year in providing some of that information, knowing that we were going into our strategic planning process So the Destination Next survey, which was sent out to our stakeholders, we had a fantastic response to that for 188 people. And we also hosted a public community conversation around those results. And though that presentation done by the third-party contractor who managed that survey was done here in Lethbridge and is available on our website. The other item that we did was a resident sentiment survey to understand, how the residents feel about tourism in our city. And we had almost 900 responses to that survey. It is very robust and it has been shared with all of you to inform that. So it would be nice to see those reflected within that report as well. And again, there's a current survey out right now, and so understanding how those compare and align to each other will be very important to us.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess, Ms. Mitten, having heard that, what other information do we hope to gather or hope to be doing so that we're not duplicating work?
So I'll probably take the question for that, for Ms. Minton there. So first, what we'd be looking for is, and I think Mr. Lewington and Ms. Crane both talked about it in different fashions, but one of the areas we need is an overall repository. And Mr. Lewington, as Mr. Lewington mentioned as well too, ultimately the economic strategy is city councils. And we need to have the ultimate control of the data long-term as a municipal service. So one of the things that we would be looking at is setting up the structures to ensure we have a centralized repository for the data that we could use, but not only within the city of Lethbridge, but also within our partners that are working with us. So we both can share in the same data, we're both using the same data, and we're not going out and doing multiple surveys at the same time or at different times with different results. So in all intents and purposes, there is pieces on it. So even I know that the teams have been working amongst the other groups in regards to the type of market research and intelligence and the surveys and targets to make sure that the work that the teams are doing aren't different, are not different or not looking at the same thing. And what I mean by that is I know some of the work that the infrastructure teams and our corporate services teams have been doing as well too. So ultimately, there's a lot of data. Some of the data is within our own systems, but not compiled in such a way. Some of the data is with Stats Canada, and that we need to pull in. Some of the data is with our partners. And of course, it's siloed, and we're looking at bringing it all together.
So just to add and follow up on this question then, how will this strategy or the creation of involve working with our stakeholders?
So at this stage would be developing those pieces of information, and then of course down the road here, depending on council's decisions as they work through the fee-for-service reviews, it would be and the development of the strategy, what information that we can share amongst both the partners that are here today or other partners that through the community that do economic development as well.
So again, how does it involve working with our stakeholders?
Well, what I'm referring to is we have to build the component first. Once that's done, then after that, we can take a look at seeing how we share it. And of course, then working with our partners to actually get that information for that they have in their systems and bring it to us as well. And I know that I'm not sure if any of the other teams that are working on some of the data, if they want to chime in there, but at the same point, we can actually pull in more data as we go along. And of course, then we have a central database amongst not only the city of Lethbridge, but amongst all of our partners as well.
I'm actually beyond the database and actually talking about how does the strategy or the creation of the strategy involve working with
Sorry, I was still, my mind was still on the other.
That's okay. Yeah, no, I'm past the database. How
So the strategy in itself, okay, so the strategy being councils, ultimately when and if I'm not answering your question appropriately or getting to the right piece of it here, just let me know. But I think what you're referring to is overall, once the city comes up with the strategy, how will we work with our partners? And if I think we go back to the slide on that overall, if you want to bring up the one slide there, and go back to, bear with me, I just got to get in front of myself here too. If you go to a couple more back, right there, perfect, thank you. So, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, I'm believing what you're referring to is overall, once the strategy is developed, how are we all going to work together in the economic strategy on this? So, a number of the pieces of working, and obviously we're working with council and both with the partners already to determine with council the overall strategic vision, at least the update of the strategy. Once that's done, then of course you can see in the bottom portion down here on the implementation side, and that's where it comes in for our partners out that are here, and those partners are either both, in this case, EDL or tourism, and it could be others. I think as Councillor Crowson had mentioned, she had brought in, talked about the Sports Council and so forth, and how they're involved in components. So the reality is that we would work with those partners based on the strategy that council develops and what areas and sectors. That includes also looking at things from everything from investment attraction to business retention to our development-based incentives. And so it would also be able to have developing the tools and strategies that we would utilize once together and the key performance indicators to ensure that council's strategy actually is being implemented and moving forward along that. So I'm not sure if that's what you were referring to specifically, but...
In part. I mean, it seems like we value their expertise, and certainly we want them at the table. Am I correct in that?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So are we going to involve them in any discussions as a council so that we can learn from some of their expertise as we develop our strategy? Because, I mean, I certainly sat as the chair for economic development for 4 years and understand that. And that's where my expertise lays. But certainly economic development and a number of those people still have even more expertise than I do. And would we not hear from them? And I have no tourism expertise, but would we not hear from them to build that strategy as well? Certainly, we can take that advice and build our own strategy, but would we still not include them in those discussions because there are things we can be learning from them?
So now I see where you're going on it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not use all my words to start with.
No, I appreciate that. And maybe I just wasn't picking up on my own side there. So the simple answer is yes along the journey here. So as we build this out, obviously we have a number of months in developing the strategy. Mr. Stein already has done some basic engagement on a number of different fronts. Now keep in mind we're working on probably 2 or 3 things that are within the community right now. We're working on the development-based incentives, and which triggered the discussion of the economic strategy. We're also working on the fee-for-service review. So it does get a little bit convoluted in the discussions here of how we're going along. So we are doing multiple layers of engagement. When it comes to the actual strategy development, yes, there will be times and opportunities between now and next year or next council to work through that. In fact, there's probably even a chance here, and I believe that of even working together between council and board to understand in each one of those and having those kind of discussions. Those are things we can build into the plan as we go along.
I'll step out for now. Thank you very much.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you again, Mayor Higgin. So, Mr. Matthews, let me just start with a blunt question. Do our job to the best of our ability and things are just kind of getting rejigged?
So I think another way of doing it here is taking a look at council is looking at their overall economic strategy. And of course, the metrics and outcomes and who does what and what roles they would look at in each one of those streams. And as we go along, when in the strategy in itself, when we're talking this piece of it, which is the top portion of the diagram here, that's where council now is confirming their economic strategy. Not that it would necessarily, I can't see at this stage here without council fully going through the process, that it would be different than what Mr. Lewington talked about already in the economic strategy or the components that EDL has in their business plan. But it's also then taking a look at, so not only would you look at that and the outcomes of that? But we're also looking at who does what, which is the fee for service and reviews, and does it make sense, that they do certain pieces, what pieces would be administration, what, and so forth. So a long story, but both ends of it, yes, that's kind of it. There's room for everything in here, and this really comes down to what council wants in the future of who does what and where.
Okay, so to develop the strategy, we need to know current state. So Mr. Lewington and Ms. Crane, I have a couple of questions for you. So Mr. Lewington, if we could start with that. One of the things we know is we're fighting to keep, we're not the only ones, but trying to retain excellent staff and talent across the country is difficult. So what is Lethbridge's number one difficulty right now, attracting and keeping talent?
Thank you for the question. I would say, broadly speaking, the number one challenge for talent in Lethbridge is affordable housing, right? And I think that won't be a surprise to you. You have a master housing strategy that says a lot of the same things. You've seen a student retention report that was done by the community that says a lot of the same things. So it's a bit counterintuitive, because sometimes when we think about talent attraction, talent retention, we're thinking we need to go post particular advertisements for a certain industry, or we're going to need to go find groups. But broadly speaking, and something that I think, from a council mandate perspective, housing is probably your number one area of focus in terms of talent retention in Lethbridge.
And would that be connected with our land use bylaw and the renewal there?
Yeah, amongst council's tools in the toolbox, the land use bylaw is probably the single largest methodology by which to allow for housing to become more affordable. And again, I'm not suggesting council should subsidize the building of houses. I'm not suggesting public bodies should necessarily do construction. But council, through policy, through bylaw, has the ability to make building houses cheaper and easier, and provide an incentive for, in certain instances when it's an investment inquiry, for example, we have a process that we've worked out with Mr. Ulrich and Mr. Sanchez. And so there's actually a prescribed process in terms of how we interact with them and their teams for investment inquiries, because that doesn't really need to involve other members of the team. Creative Industries, of course, is housed under a different department, and so that process is working through a city staff member that's been hired specifically for that purpose. So we have points of connection that vary depending on what the nature of the inquiry is.
Would it be helpful if there was one-stop shopping for you?
Yeah, I do believe the city has gathered feedback in the past about some sort of concierge, one-stop shop, business counter kind of concept, and I think obviously that would be helpful for us as partners. Part of the design of our organization with having city administration and council members appointed is to provide that direct connectivity as well, and I know the city has oscillated back and forth, but that's meant to be a point of connection as well, in that you have your top governance and administrative folks directly plugged into our top governance and operating folks at the same time.
And are there city processes that you see as a concern from the economic development world?
I would suggest that there is always room for improvement, regardless of what
do not be polite.
No, wherever the community is. I think it is always challenging as an outsider in any municipality to understand building permits, application processes, how taxes work. And so, it's not a one thing. It's offsite levies, the affordability of offsite levies, which I recognize are a financial challenge. And so I presume part of the scope of work for this project is to take all the things and figure out what the city can do to be more competitive, to benchmark, and Mr. Matthews alluded to it. Development incentives are one small aspect. There are many other considerations that a business chooses when they're relocating or to expand. And so, a city council task through their administration is to take a broad look at all of those things and find out where improvements can be made. But certainly, we can always get better.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Matthews, none of this is a surprise to you. Do we have a solution for one-stop shopping in the city?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Why, yes, we do. So one of the things that we're looking at here doing, or we will be doing, is we're realigning some internal capacity to actually have an individual whose primary role is working with, when I say economic development, components of, basing that, concierge or business friendly is probably the terminology that Mr. Stein would use in regards to working with both our partners and industry and businesses.
So that is something that the city is very well aware of as part of its strategy, having a person who can help guide some of this along.
Yeah, and we did hear that even in our initial conversations when I did a presentation. I know with with EDL board. It was one of the comments that came up. We also did hear it when Deloitte was doing their stakeholder interviews just recently. We heard that as well too from that. So hearing that internally, we're already looking in that direction.
Okay. Ms. Crane, if I could ask you some similar questions. So when you're looking at, tourism strategy, et cetera, what is Lethbridge's #1 difficulty in the tourism field?
Thank you, Councillor Croson, and I do agree with Mr. Lewington. Housing definitely is, but backing that up is also this idea about, our alignment and our reputation out there. Is Lethbridge is constantly competing against other destinations for many of these investments, both economic development, tourism, events, you name it. When we go into those arenas, it's not just us. People have many different things to choose from. And, I love our media partners at the back of the room. Thank you all for being here. But we also have a tendency to not say the nicest things about ourselves as a community. And that is one of the things that Tourism Lethbridge has really taken on. We are your positive people. I'm sorry, Councillor Croson, we are very nice. That is what we do. And, we will never apologize for it. That's the role that we play. We go out and we champion our city and we make sure that it's on top of mind for people. And that's a big part of economic development, is that attraction of business and investment back into our community.
Would it assist in tourism development, though, if there was a vision, a overarching, theme of Lethbridge, et cetera? Is that something we have in place, or is that something lacking?
We have aligned our strategic plan. The Board of Tourism Lethbridge designed that back in 2021 in direct alignment with the destination management plan that was done by the previous council to yours. So if those strategies within that destination management plan no longer align with what you all are envisioning for our community, yes, it would be great to know those changes. Same with the municipal development plan. There is a whole tourism and hospitality section within the municipal development plan, and the alignment with those has been very important to us. So if there are changes with what you all see as, those strategies, we definitely would like to know.
And when you are having concerns with the city, do you know the one person to call for your area?
I sure do. Her name is Ms. Kleisinger. She's right over there, and she's been awesome. And, one of the things that I appreciate about her is, we always talk about this in project management, that, we don't need to be the subject matter experts on everything. And I think she will, nod and say that she is not. But she goes and she finds those experts for us. And, that has been, one of the challenges, I think, for both myself and for her, is that we have been chasing a lot of information lately, right? Things are coming out and, we're trying to find information, and I'm calling, Ms. Kleisinger, and she's like, okay, oh my gosh, I don't know. Let me find out for you and call you back, right? So it would be nice to settle some of that down to a dull roar so that, we're not constantly reacting to things and we're in a more proactive state.
And that is, Ms. Kleisinger's only been in this position a short time, but this has improved over the years, partly because of the work of Ms. Kleisinger and her department.
Yes, and again, I will give a shout out. It is a new position, but Ms. Kleisinger did put Ms. Norsworthy on our board to, again, have that same alignment that Mr. Lewington talked about, with the Economic Development Board, that, we're making sure that there is open communication and that the items that we're talking about at that board level are being communicated back to the city. So we appreciate both of their support.
So as the city is changing the way we do things, constantly changing it, it can be a little bit scary and a little bit uncertain, but as long as the communication stays open, it's all moving in the right direction.
Exactly. Yes.
Perfect.
And that's what we're hoping for from the cost benefit analysis, right? Is, again, you talked about a policy. We have been, talking and asking questions of our partners in the community about an integrated destination strategy, figuring out who does what and how.
And that is the level that, of course, we as the governance body should be working at. There should be policies and strategies at that level. And yeah, Would love to see more of that, but I don't think that's any surprise to Mr. Matthews. So, thank you so much, Ms. Crane. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. And yeah, I just, hearing some of the questions and stuff and the comments are on the table. I know the one comment that came out was, you know, it's to say it in less words than more, the city's not doing a great job doing this work and moving forward. And I do want to touch base on this before a question that I think they're doing a great, we just heard from the nice people that that there's actually quite a bit of communication and good work that is being done. And so I know I take a little bit, you know, that when the question says to Mr. Matthews, you know, hey, it's our fault, you know, we can do better. I think this whole thing through this process, and Mr. Matthews, you see that it's everybody coming together? Is it something, I've heard this for a few meetings and I get a little frustrated, I guess.
So, and thank you, Councillor, Mayor Higgin. I just had to think here for a second on this one. So yes, there's no question about it. I think in any organization, all of us can do something a little bit better. And I think what we're finding as we're walking through and doing the discussions, both with our two partners and ourselves, we're finding different avenues. And I think there's probably things that this portion of walking together and understanding each other's roles and getting a lot more clarity will not only help ourselves, but it will help the two member agencies in their processes as well, and how they can frankly do things better as well. So I think there's both sides of the street here, and that's kind of the intention of the CBA as we go through it. And what I've seen from both groups is willingness to bring things and information, even at times where we haven't, we may not have asked for it in a certain way, but they're willing to actually work with us and get it in that fashion to get us there. And they may not have had it in that way or in that way, but going forward, they now have those methodologies and so forth. So I think all partners and groups together are learning things and learning how to do things better together. So I guess we have, we can learn things and they're learning things as well. I think that's fair to say. And I'll see if Mr. Lewington or Ms. Crane disagrees with me there, but I think both sides can improve, I guess, from that point of view along the way.
And I do, yeah, thanks for that, because I see that, working together, if you look at a sports team or something, you're not going to win unless you're working together. So I'm really happy to hear that doesn't matter how good you're doing, you can always be better. And I would agree if us sitting around the horseshoe or anyone for that matter in a group. So thank you for that. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I've got sort of a series of questions similar to what Councillor Crowson just did for both Tourism Lethbridge and Economic Development Lethbridge. Different questions, but in sort of a similar vein. So, Ms. Crane, come on up.
She's the nice one.
I'll start with Ms. Crane first, since Mr. Lewington went first. So, tourism. How do other city administrations work with DMOs throughout Canada? Are there some successful examples? We're looking at building on this, looking at learning. Can you give us some information on that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And, obviously the advocacy that, some of our board has been doing is hitting home, because we have been reaching out about that exactly. And one of our board members recently shared, again, some of those policy parameters that other destinations have regarding destination management organizations. So it is really nice to see that, some that are aligned with us population size and capacity wise versus even some of those larger city centers. And I think this is similar work to, maybe what Deloitte has been doing around the municipally controlled corporations. So again, as Mr. Matthews stated, combining some of that information and looking at what that could be. So I will forward that to you, Mr. Matthews, so that you can, see that along with, I always copy Ms. Kleisinger on, all of those things. So I think that would be a great thing to review and see, what's working and how can that help us with some of our challenges.
Do you have specific examples that you can speak to?
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to call up Ms. Day Miles, as she had done some of that research and shared that information.
I don't have that information in front of me, but what I can talk about that I know of is if we look larger, we know that the City of Victoria does have a policy saying that they will work with their DMO, what is it called? Explore Victoria, I think. But anyhow, but it also identifies the role and the cities collaborate in developing a strategic plan. So that's an example. Explore Edmonton as well has a policy around working with their DMO for strategic planning. And then there's also smaller centers like Kelowna has, oh, look, thank you. Thank you. The homework for Michelle. So the City of Victoria, population 91 metro, but 397 on regional. And that's really important to also talk about regional and how our DMO can take that leadership on that regional level. But so, and again, there are some similarities about what council is responsible for through that policy versus, as Matthews was talking about, then the role, scopes, and responsibilities of the administration and the DMO. And they also lay out some funding models for that in each of these municipals and what they support and don't. So yeah, we can forward that on to you. But those are just some of the examples. But I also I really want to recognize through Destinations International, they do have examples and studies of DMO models and funding sustainability for those models. And one of the things that is very, very key is DMOs are the models, and they are to be the champion of our community to ensure that our residents, our council, and our community is part of that community development and how they want to see the community be developed in the future. And I think that's very important.
I would just like to add in there too, one of the things that we have been consistently talking about over the last few years has been this idea of visitor-based assessments. Included in that information is, again, those funding models of, how they're taking advantage of the municipal regional development tax out of British Columbia, the municipal accommodation tax out of Ontario. And of course, we are aware that our own provincial government is reviewing our destination marketing fees. So how are we including that information into this work that we're doing?
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. And just as a follow-up question to that, how do you attract events? How do you attract to our city? So what does that process look like from Tourism Lethbridge? Are you out there doing things? Are you just waiting for calls to come in? What is your process?
Yeah. We are extremely lucky that here within Canada there has been a movement about ensuring that decisions are made destination first. The event planners, and I was part of the original group, back in 2015, that started this strategy to really educate event planners and those coordinating these large-scale events to use your destinations, right? This should be your first point of conversation. And there is a fantastic group out there called Destination Direct Canada that allows us to go into market and have those initial conversations with event planners. This has picked up steam, and over the last few years, there's others that are doing it. Things like Go West does a hosted buyer program. Venue Series does a program. And these are only open to destinations because there are event planners out there who don't want to have the talk about rates, dates, and space. They're not at that stage yet. They're exploring who else is out there, where else can they take their event? And this is an opportunity for Lethbridge. We often hear from our event planners that come here that are just blown away by the facilities that we have, the services that we offer, the speaker potential with our post-secondaries, like the items that we have to do a phenomenal event here in our community are second to none. And we often hear that they are just wowed. What we need to do is get more of that word out, and we need to engage champions within our community to help us do that.
But you are out there actively promoting and recruiting and doing all of the things to get things here to Lethbridge.
We definitely are. We do have a business event strategy as well as a sport tourism strategy in alignment with the Lethbridge Sport Tour or Lethbridge Sport Council and the Lethbridge Sport Tourism new model that we have developed.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Lewington. So same question. How does economic development teams work in other cities? So what are some strong examples of where economic development teams are working for the success of those communities?
Like structure, you mean?
Yeah, structure-wise.
Broadly speaking, Economic Developers Association of Canada did a study a number of years ago. About half of communities across Canada have economic development as an internal municipal department, and roughly half have economic development as an external agency of some kind. So that's the general broad pattern. Typically, the larger the urban center, the more likely it will be an external entity. So as cities grow, they tend to move those things outside the house. So in Alberta, for example, you have a number of examples. Calgary and Edmonton have external agencies, although Edmonton's a bit of a hybrid. Fort McMurray, Lethbridge, similarly. Red Deer is just in the process of shifting theirs out of the house from a municipal department. And really the two large ones that are still internal is Medicine Hat, which has a long history of multiple different models, we'll say, over the years. And then Grand Prairie is internal, but they also have a very strong regional partnership that they're a part of. So it really varies by jurisdiction. Some of them are not-for-profits like us. Some of them are what in Alberta would be considered a Part 9 corporation. And then some of them, like Edmonton, is a perfect example. So the city of Edmonton has internal economic development resources, particularly around small business. They also have some industrial development folks. Foreign direct investment work they do through Edmonton Global, which is a regional entity, but they also participate in a separate regional entity that specifically targets industrial development called the Industrial Heartland. So, I mean, there's multiple different layers to the Edmonton model, and that whole region takes that approach. So it really does vary, but obviously there's varying degrees of control, participation, involvement, budget, between the municipality and the agency.
And all of those ones that you just spoke to, they do demonstrate success for those communities.
Yeah, I think we've seen an evolution. Again, Medicine Hat made a decision to disband their external entity after it had been internal and external multiple times, but I think that was more a function of some specific challenges in that community. But it's a good example of the importance of having a vision, having a strategy as a municipality. I would argue part of the reason Medicine Hat, and I say this respectfully, has had stagnant growth for a decade is there hasn't been a clear picture of how to move forward in a decade, right? And they've had multiple different starts and stops of different models and approaches, and I think we've really seen the outcome of that is the fact that population hasn't changed, the economy hasn't changed, they've been somewhat stagnant for the last decade, and so that to me is the risk of not doing things and not bringing that together is that you will likely not see growth.
Okay. And then further, how do you attract business to our cities? So what is the process of that for economic development, Lethbridge? Are you out there marketing the city to external businesses, wooing them to come here, or is it a passive waiting for phone calls?
Yeah, so I'll sort of preempt your question by saying that it's important to remember that most jobs, if that's the metric, do not come from new investment coming to the city. It actually comes from supporting your existing business. So investment attraction is one part of a strategy, but in terms of promoting the city for external investment, it's a broad range of things. So sometimes they are passive inquiries that just come to us, the sitting by the phone. Believe it or not, LinkedIn is actually a very strong source of inquiries from new business, that people see something and we sort of get funneled messages that way, which I wouldn't have anticipated a number of years ago. We do a number of trade shows and events, often leveraging our federal and provincial partners. So this fall, for example, in November, we've been invited to join the Federal Trade Commissioner Service in Switzerland and the UK, because obviously the federal government is allocating resources for trade diversification. EDL cannot afford to do that in and of ourselves, but if we go as a part of a broader delegation with federal resources behind us, that obviously will have a much bigger impact. We also have a number of business development opportunities that flow to us through organizations like Invest Alberta or Invest in Canada. So we spend a lot of time maintaining relationships with those folks, because the Alberta government, for example, has a number of offices in other countries and other jurisdictions who can funnel inquiries to us, which again, we would not have that reach by ourselves. So it's traditional marketing. We do print ads, you do direct marketing, you do internet stuff. It's things that come to us just generally through the funnel. It's referrals within the community. Other businesses will often know complementary businesses they want to bring. It's relying on our federal partners, and then it's literally the trade show circuit and hitting the ground and trying to generate those leads.
Okay, but you are out there. You are out there doing attraction and promoting our city at other events. It's not just not leaving the city. It's out there doing the work.
I mean, I'll use this week as an example. I think most of you are familiar, and perhaps the mayor more so, with the Stampede Government Relations Gauntlet that happens over the 10 days of Stampede. We dedicated 3 staff at various intervals to be a part of different Stampede events to divide and conquer. I did 5 myself over the last 36 hours, trying to make sure we're in the right rooms, in the right places, having the right conversations, but we're doing that at multiple different events across the country, in the region, when we can.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll step out for now.
All right, I see no further questions in the queue, so if you want to continue, I just have one question to ask to Mr. City Manager or Mr. CFO. Who owns this strategy we're talking about? It's a redundant question. It's kind of a rhetorical question, but.
So the simple answer is the City Council owns the economic development strategy for the boundary of the City of Lethbridge. That is a municipal requirement, and one of the main foundations of the Municipal Government Act that is now out there, that economic development is a core pillar of being a municipality.
Thank you. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, you have more questions? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. And this to Mr. Matthews or Ms. Mitten. We're looking at 2 one-time funding proposals, option 1 for $475,000, option 2 for $350,000. What will we be getting out of this that we can, what will the taxpayer get out of this in doing this? What is the benefit to the taxpayer? We're looking at $475,000 if we were doing this in a regular tax year. We know that this could be a 0.25% tax increase. So what benefit does the taxpayer get out of this investment?
I'll start here, and Ms. Minton wants to jump in as well too. So I will just clarify one piece. This is one-time component at this time here. It's a little bit different. I understand what you're referring to in the dollar value being the $475,000. Currently, there's not an ongoing component of that. A little different than the earlier conversation we had today on the body-worn cameras, where a similar amount, a little bit higher, was around that 0.4%. This one wouldn't be a tax pressure ongoing at this stage as a pilot component. However, what we're looking at here is that to complete this would actually give, would creation of the future development-based incentives work, so it would help speed up that process. I know Council has been asking for those components to be faster, so having a strategy is one of the key things we need to do to be able to understand where we want to have the targets. And when I say having a strategy, reinforcing or redeveloping that strategy so that members of council are telling not only the city administration, but also our partners, being both EDL and tourism, depending on the aspects, exactly where we want to focus our efforts. It will also help going into the next budget cycle, from the point of view of having that strategy, so we know where we want to invest future dollars. So I'm, similar to the last one, there was a number of economic and tourism-related strategies that came forward for one-time investments. By having these dollars and investing these dollars, we'll have the data, the information to actually be able to provide better responses and to help our partners with those very questions that Council will ask during those periods to be able to support, whether in last time around it was creative industries or other business intelligence components or some of the tourism requests and so forth that came along. So all intents and purposes, what this is doing is helping us speed up, get this work together, so we could focus on this faster. I think it's important. We've heard today from both Mr. Lewington and Ms. Crane in regards to the importance of having strategy and doing economic development and tourism strategy within the city of Lethbridge, being able to have the overarching policy and economic development strategy of the city developed in a faster time frame that we can do with, based frankly on the side of the desks of individuals at this stage here on it will actually allow us to move forward and alleviate some of that frustration, as well as the business, although we have this funding here is not about the individual that we talked about earlier. It is about supporting that individual and having the data for administration and council to work with both our partners and city council going forward. So a long answer, but it really is speeding up the process so we can get to this work a lot faster.
Okay, and what kind of timeline would we be looking at if we sped up this work?
Yeah, so I guess on that one here, what we have is that I think it would be more the advancement and so forth. So whether or not the hard part is. What I'm going to say here is the hard part is right now we have our council, elections and so forth coming in. So I'm still thinking that the initial pieces in January to March of 2026 is what we would be looking at. However, the difference is to what Councillor Crowson had talked about in this regard is that now we're looking at things like bylaws, policies, data components that we would not be able to get to. So it's the richer piece that is on that slide of all the other components that we would be able to do that we would otherwise just be looking at trying to revamp the policy and having those discussions with council or strategy, I should say, and may not get to those policies for quite a long time.
Okay, so then we would be talking about ongoing costs when everything came back to us in the January sort of timeframe, what ongoing costs of this would look like?
That is correct. Once it comes into here and going through the pilot, we have a better understanding. My earlier comments in regards to systems and so for the longer term development of that and building more depth in all those pieces would come along, and that would be part of whether it's in the 2027 budget or the 2028 budget. That's something council can decide how fast they want to continue on with the work.
Okay, thank you very much. Last question, and I'll direct this to the city manager or Mr. Matthews, and it's a very blunt question because there's a lot of rumors going around out there that the city's plan is to absorb these two organizations into the municipal corporation that we're contemplating for Lethbridge and District Exhibition. And perhaps that comes from the overlapping research we're doing with the MCC right now, because we know that we're doing a business survey and that information will feed into the CBAs that we're looking at, the MCC. But I want to ask, is that our intent? Is that what we're working towards, is dissolving these two organizations and moving them into the MCC? And I have asked this before. I'm just going to ask it again.
Councillor Dodick?
Order on that. That's not really a question. That is trying to almost presupposing something, and it's one of those almost gotcha questions. So I challenge that question. I don't think it's appropriate.
And that's fine. I'm just stating there are rumors that are out there, and I was looking for answers on that.
And I think that's, as per Deputy Mayor Dodick's comment, I think that's definitely, you never know where this is going, and I would hate to presuppose anything. And so I think that's a question for another day. So unless you wanted to call a vote on that, I'd prefer that it's not asked.
No, just stating the rumors that I am hearing and the questions that I've been getting.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Dodick jumped in. I was going to say, I think it's an inappropriate question for administration because that would be a council decision. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the resolution from Councillor Carlson. Economic Development, Research, and Support. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council approve option 1, allocation of one-time funding of $475,000 from Municipal Revenue Stabilization Reserve to provide temporary resources to complete and implement Council's economic development strategy and potential future development-based incentives. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe it's pretty self-explanatory. I'll just ask if any of my colleagues have questions or clarifications on the resolution.
Councillor Crowson is debate. So we're on to debate. Is that okay? You can take debate, Councillor Carlson?
Certainly. Thank you. Just to as a bit of a preamble, I think we've discussed this quite enough. Personally, I'm a bit loath in these uncertain economic times to be spending more money. However, I also am mindful that sometimes you do have to spend some money to make or save some money. And I think positioning ourselves for the future with this strategy will serve future councils and the future of our city well. So I will be supporting this.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. Thank you to the members of the EDL and tourism who came here and our partners who are helping us work with this, especially the board members who are volunteers and had to take time off work to come here. I know it is not always easy to slip away from work in the middle of an afternoon on Thursday, so thank you very much. And I greatly appreciate the work Mr. Matthews, his team, Mr. Stein, who is so carefully shown here today by Ms. Mitten, who presented his presentation. As our colleague, Councillor Carlson, said, we are in uncertain economic times, and that's one of the reasons we are going through our strategy and why it is important to look at the strategy, to build the incentives, to ensure we get the land use bylaw done, to ensure that, as we were talking earlier about the airport strategy and the airport, that it ties in with all of this, that all of this, from the land banking strategy to everything, is done deliberately and carefully to support the economic development of the businesses that exist today, but new businesses that might come here. Admin is aware of all this, and that's one of the reasons that we are working through this between admin and council. But it does mean changes. It does mean things are happening, which is why we have to continue the conversations with our partners, because when we change things, it affects how you do your work. So if we don't have these conversations as we're doing this, it will not continue to build a strong community. So all of this is absolutely essential. And this is one of the things I love about these SPCs is these conversations. And it'll only come out of this with a stronger economic strategy for Lethbridge. So thankfully this work is being done and we are having these conversations, and I will support this.
Thank you very much. I will not support this, and I'll tell you why. And first of all, I want to thank all of those that have come here. I do appreciate the y'all showing up here again, as what Councillor Cross had mentioned, on some time you could be at work, etc., and you've chosen to be here, so it shows some investment into what's happening here. The only reason I'm not supporting it, I do want this to go forward, and I do support the initiative. It's just that we have a couple months left that those that are sitting around this horseshoe are going to be here. I think we heard that it's going to continue forward if it's at $0, but it'll take a little bit longer. Well, that couple months and to get it to the next council, to be able to make that decision, that I don't want to hand tie that council to initiatives going forward. And so for that reason, I personally believe it should be when the new council's in here, that same question comes up, and I'll tell you now, I would support it, no problem, if I am one to be sitting here as well. However, I just don't want to hand tie the next council by having them come in with, at the direction, as we've already heard, someone that owns the strategy moving forward. So for that reason, I won't support this. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I couldn't disagree with you more. This is about leadership. This is a decision that is ours to make, and I am more than prepared to make that decision. I think the next council will see that this is about leadership. It's about doing due diligence, and it's about accountability, and I support it. So I will be voting in favor of it.
And that's democracy, my friend. Great. Anybody else? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everyone who came forward and answered all of our questions. I certainly appreciate it. And thank you very much to my colleagues and the discussion that we've had. I will be supporting this. It adds to the economic development steps and strategies that we are putting in place to move this city forward. And I certainly think that this will move it forward more quickly. And I do see that we are going to consult with our stakeholders and talk to them with regards to their expertise in getting this plan moving forward. So knowing that probably not much will go on until the next council, I'm willing to step up and give that next council those steps forward in order to get this moving as soon as they are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to debate? If not, to close, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll be looking at this as an investment in our community's future and hopefully setting up the incoming council with really good information and a good strategy and plan going forward. So I'll call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And opposed? Right, so all but one. All right, we are going to be hearing 5.4 after 6.3, because that just makes so much sense, right? And so we're going to move to submission 6.1 from Mr. Pitcher. It's just a submission, so if there's any questions, but I do have something for Mr. Matthews or our city manager or his designate. If it's probably Mr. Matthews, I could see as he's smiling over there. My question is, when I first received this, I received quite a few calls about canceling the taxes and have they been paid already and et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm just wondering if you can give a high level as to why this is in front of us now. I know we can read through it, but I think it's still important. Just if it's a Reader's Digest version, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Matthews.
So I'll give a real high Reader's Digest. I do see that there is people in the audience here that can throw me a lifeline as well on it. I think one of the big things inside of this for members of Economic Standing Policy Committee to understand is that this one here was a timing difference in one organization that actually came into the path of the new Bill 20 in regards to the Act. So what I'm meaning by that is in the fall of 2024, the Government of Alberta requested assistance from the city in identifying local housing providers who may qualify for a tax exemption under Bill 20. In response, the administration submitted a list of active funding agreements containing affordability requirements. Two of those agreements with the Aboriginal Housing Society signed in 2011 and in effect until June 30th, 2031 were initially omitted due to their age. These agreements were subsequently identified, submitted to the province, and approved, but with the exemption to take effect in 2026 rather than 2025. So from that point there, unfortunately for other groups, I think it's fair to say, and I'm just going to make sure when I look over here, would have got that exemption, except this group here in particular, because of a procedural thing on the dates of the agreements, didn't get included, so they did not, they would have to pay the taxes where all their peers or others in the same position would have not had to do that. So that's the reason why this is before you, and I'm just going to look over and see if, and Mr. Yes, and we're going to have them come up and give you, because they're going to just throw me a lifeline apparently.
Because while you're walking up here, I just want to know if this is a question that could be asked, precedent as far as retroactive, because we're going back. Is this going to set a precedent for future?
So for the Bill 20 exemptions, in order to qualify for Bill 20 exemptions, you have to be in an active grant funding agreement between the organization and one of the three orders of government. So the province and the federal government obviously have their agreements with certain housing providers. The municipality also has that. So that's what Mr. Matthews was alluding to, was they had contacted us to say which of the city-funded projects that have been completed will qualify for that exemption, because the agreement that's in place actually requires that affordability. This group was just, those agreements were missed because those agreements were from 2011. The vast majority of our agreements are from within the last 5 years, and they just weren't known to current members of administration. They were added and just missed for this 1 year. And so there's really no other groups that exist with grant agreements with the city that actually could come back and say, because of this precedent, we were missed. This is more so, I'd say, correction of an administrative error than anything else.
So furthermore to that, so they're moving forward 2026 forward is what we've heard from the provincial government, that it's now on that to fit forward with all of the other organizations. So it'll be fair and equitable. Yeah. Why would they pick 2026 and not 2025?
I can't actually give you.
And I'm not going to ask Councillor
one.
Dodick that, Deputy Mayor Dodick.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was why the province would. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
It's getting
what
late in the
what I
day.
can say is that immediately once we had submitted that those agreements to them, we were told that they would be added to the list for 2026. I can't speak to why they weren't added for the 2025. It might have just been a timing thing.
All right. Thank you for that, Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Mr. Pritchard, this is, just so I can clarify, this is actually just making the playing field level. This is not providing them with anything that they would not otherwise be entitled to. This is just making the playing field level for them.
Correct. Had those agreements been submitted at the outset when all other agreements were submitted, and had they not been missed in that initial, they would have been exempted from 2025 is our understanding. So really we're just making them whole for what they ended up paying.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Crowson.
I know you probably can't answer this because this is more philosophical, but if the province had allowed us to continue doing this as an incentive, a grant of our own program, and as we'll have to do it this year with 30-some thousand, we could then apply that as money from the city towards any federal programs that people are applying for. But when they make them all automatically tax exempt, we cannot then use that money to apply for grants. Is that correct?
Yes, I'd say that's correct. At a high level, just maybe with a bit of a clarification, that it's typically the organizations applying for the grant. They need to be partnered with the municipality in order to access some of those grants. And so one of the ways they could have partnered would have been through tax exemption grant or tax reimbursement
So, but we could
grants or
claim
something
that
along
as
those
our
lines.
money that we have
Exactly.
provided. So by automatically making everybody tax exempt, the province is essentially taking away a lever that we could be using to match other granting programs.
I think that's fair to say. That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? No, seeing none. I have a resolution here from Councillor Crowson. Oh, I'm sorry, it's taken right in front of me. Is there anyone from the public which wishes to speak to this item? All right. Seeing none, I do have a resolution here from Councillor Crowson. Affordable Housing Tax Rebate Grant Request, Aboriginal Housing Society. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council approve one-time grant in the amount of $33,795.73 from the 2024 operating budget surplus resulting from the increase in the unbudgeted LGFF operating grant for the Aboriginal Housing Society affordable housing properties at number 1, 792 and 794, Silkstone Close West, 803 and 805, Silkstone Close West, and 1620 Stafford Drive North. Councillor Crowson.
I think we've thoroughly discussed this. It is a timing thing that this is not tax exempt from the provincial level, and so I'm going to ask my colleagues to support this.
I see no further debate, so with that, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Dodick, Southern Alberta Art Gallery Capital Improvement Project Amendment D28. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program CIP budget for Project D28, Southern Alberta Art Gallery Facility Enhancements to include the additional Canada Cultural Spaces Fund, CCSF, grant funding in the amount of $500,000 as provided in Attachment 1, and further be resolved that Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council make the CIP budget amendment conditional upon the provincial government's approval of the federal government's grant agreement with the City of Lethbridge as per the Provincial Priorities Act. And for questions, I do have one for Mr. Just before, I can't ask a question before. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to make a presentation on this? All right, on the art improvement, come forward, state your name.
Mr. Mayor or Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I'm not sure correct designation. My name is Barry Ewing. My concerns are with this whole project that we've spent $12 million on the revitalization of 3rd Avenue in the last few years, $700,000 for a playground, and another, I think, $700,000 on the landscaping. And now it looks like we're spending another $7.5 million on a building that is right in the middle of a major crime area where the existing structures on Galt Gardens are constantly being damaged by the people who feel it's their park and encamp there. In the wintertime, there was multiple fires alongside the buildings, the structures that exist there. And now we're spending more money without cleaning up the issues. So my concerns are we not going the wrong direction here? Should we not be, cleaning up the park first and then putting money in the area? I wouldn't have an issue with it if the building was in another location, but that's a high crime area. I counted 72 people the other day, last week, in the park, all in their little groups, that with 4 of those groups, open drug use, a lot of sleeping rough in the afternoon when I went through. And do we really want to build a patio at Sega for everybody to sit and have their coffee or their lunch and look at all the issues that we have in our city right in front of our eyes? I don't think that's going to help tourism too much. So that's my concern after bringing this, seeing that this is being brought forward. I wouldn't have an issue with it if it another location, but I think we really have to focus on cleaning up the issues downtown, and people will come back downtown if they see that we've made an effort to clean it up. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing. Appreciate that. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to make? Please come forward. Sure. Come on forward.
Okay, and thank you, Mayor Higgins and members of Economic SPC. Suying Strang, Executive Director of Southern Alberta Art Gallery, Munsiksigait, Sitapi Sinixon. I just want to say first, I think he already left. If he watches the recording, I would love to invite the other member of the public down to have a cup of coffee with me in the current facilities to have a conversation about how this project will revitalize and support some of the work we're trying to do to make Galt Gardens and the Southern Alberta Art Gallery in our downtown core as vibrant as we know it can be. So definitely, if he's watching online, encourage him to come out and chat with me. I'd love to talk. I am so delighted about this news of our successful funding application from Canadian Heritage, and I just wanted to take a minute and thank my colleagues in City Administration for their openness in pursuing this funding after we identified it, and also the opportunity to collaborate with them on this most recent application last year. In particular, my thanks goes out to Dr. Gillian Bracken and Rob Villeneuve for their work on this application with me and their ongoing leadership on the design team. This additional funding allows us to move forward with an impactful project that will help the gallery in better serving our communities through our expanded and enhanced facilities and meets many of our identified needs expressed at the start of this project. Through our design process to date, several opportunities to strengthen our facilities have been identified, but as happens with so many projects, we've needed to focus our project resources from CIP, CFEP, and now CCSF on the priority areas of the design that will most comprehensively address our project's proposed scope and needs. Some key design elements, particularly an expansion to our 3rd Ave South entrance and the full-scale transformation of our staff parking lot into an outdoor program and event space called the Listening Garden, are not able to be included in this currently funded project and would need to be supported through additional fundraising efforts. It was a very difficult decision for our team not to fund these exceptional design elements through this current funding, especially as many of the elements of the 3rd Ave South expansion are crucial for maintaining the existing facility long-term. But ultimately, the gallery is happy and excited with the design we've put forward and the project that today's motion is moving forward, and I think we're really going to be able to serve community well through this space. We've been informed by City Administration that to pursue these outstanding design components, we will be required to submit another CIP application for the upcoming cycle to approve any of the final unfunded design elements for the building that have come out of this process, even though we are not intending to request any additional funding from the City of Lethbridge for the remaining elements. Our board has recently confirmed our intention to submit to the CIP program, as we know that these additional project elements are important for maintaining the facility long-term, and I look forward to having an opportunity to speak with you all and incoming council, as well as we noted earlier, about the second phase of the project through that CIP process. And I'm keen to continue fundraising and bringing dollars into this facility and this project. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And a question that I had, and I know you answered quite a bit of it. Actually, no, as far as city manager or as designate, I'm going back to our CIP that we were from a few years back. We'll put it that way. Whereas the art gallery, SAG, did come forward and were telling us there's a way to leverage to get additional funding. So we put a pause to a pre-approved project. And I just want to make sure the community knows that this project was pre-approved. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they did want to go forward and leverage it for additional dollars, which we are seeing was able to be done. So we're moving forward with something that was pre-approved. It's not additional funding. Can you please confirm that for me, Mr. CFO?
So yes, Mayor Hegan, you're correct in the sense, from the point of view that, yes, this is an existing project. Within the CIP, they had some funding shortfalls, or I guess from the point of view of inflationary costs and other components that came into play. And so there was an amendment and a pause so we could go forward and do this. So it's not a new project. It's not an additional ask. This has been in our CIP since 2021, since council put it into that time. What's different now, we've got these pieces, and what was just mentioned by the director was that the additional funding now is going to offset, doesn't change the scope of what they're doing. Now, they did have to, when I say that, it's not changing the overall design, additional brand new stuff. They've had to do additional work to actually to come down to the number with everything else, but now they're within that, and then this can proceed forward. And I think that's probably the biggest thing for the community to realize, is that it now allows the project to move forward. It's frankly, good news story is that we were able to get the dollars to offset it, and they could get the I would say the bulk of maybe of what they would want, maybe not everything that they would want inside of the facility.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because it's not an additional asset. We talk about things coming forward in between budget cycles, and that isn't one of them. It was in previously. It was just thanking them for leveraging that to get additional funding to move forward. So I just wanted to make sure that was in the public. Any further questions on this? If not, sorry? Thanks for the clarification. If not, I will move forward with the resolution from Deputy Mayor Dodick, and I did read it. Do you want to open up with your debate, Councillor Dodick? Deputy Mayor Dodick.
The speaker that didn't stick around, I would have said to him, is countering poor behavior can be mitigated by good behavior. And I think this is something that will happen in this particular case. And I was going to emphasize exactly what you had, the question that you had asked. This is a previously approved CIP project which was paused because the cost of doing the project with the scope that had been approved could not have been done unless there was additional funds. And in this case, they were able to obtain those federal funding dollars of $500,000. So project previously approved, scope hasn't changed. This is no additional money coming in terms from the taxpayers, at least from the city taxpayers, and therefore I would ask for council support.
And I should have asked, my apologies. I know we had a couple speakers. Is there anyone else in the gallery that wanted to speak to this? My apologies if I skipped anyone. All right, thank you. And I would take it the question has been called by yes. Deputy Mayor. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
What's that?
All right, I also have a resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope regarding the Lethbridge District Exhibition monthly reporting update. Be it resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee received for information the Lethbridge District Exhibition monthly financial operating report for the months ended April and May 2025, the May 2025 forecast, and the 2025 asset management plan. Open up to questions. This is, again, a submission. Is there any questions from my colleagues? Councillor Middleton Hope?
Yes.
Sorry,
thank you, Your Worship. I'll direct the request for questions to Deputy Mayor.
I need to ask if there's anyone in the community that wishes to speak in the gallery, wishes to speak to this. Seems like my first rodeo. My apologies, everyone. Okay, seeing as there's none, Councillor Middleton Hope.
I see that Mr. Gallucci is here to answer any questions that Deputy Mayor Dodick might have.
Deputy Mayor Dodick.
From the previous time this report came to us, I had asked for the inclusion of the city contribution with respect to the Lethbridge District Exhibition, because there was it came in under revenue. But I'm not going to ask a question about that, because if I can take you down to about 2/3 of the page down on the 7 months ended May 31, 2025, where it says net income loss without City of Lethbridge and other provincial grants, it shows that 7 months ended May is $796,332, and then the annual budget projected loss is $1,896,964. Now, I'm sure you didn't do the math, but I did, and I have to say that the projection.
All right, Councillor Middleton, did you ask your question or you pass it on to Deputy Mayor? Did you have a question?
No, I just anticipated Deputy Mayor Dodick would have a question in regards to EDL, because he always does, or LDE rather, because he always does. And it's always about the finances. So thank you very much, Mr. Gallucci, for a very robust monthly report. I still maintain, I think we could go quarterly, but we'll leave that argument for another day. Are there any other questions or debate?
There are. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Mr. Gallucci for the report. There is significantly more in this report than there has been in other months, so I certainly appreciate that. But that did raise some questions for me, so my apologies for that. Win-win, I guess. I don't know. Can you tell me, because we don't see any variance analysis included in this report from year to year, so can you tell me how we are comparing on a year-to-year basis? So certainly we see the 7 months ended May, April, but how are we comparing May 2024 to May 2025? Because we do have to, if we want to move to other reporting, we do have to start seeing what those variances and what those comparatives are from year to year, so that we can start projecting out what we hope to be at. Can you tell me what that is, or is that something that can be supplied at a future date, so we can start making those projections in how we're going to move forward and what a future state might look like?
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Yeah, you are correct. We do need to start doing some of that. Right now, I would say right now our revenue is about 380,000 further ahead, and we are starting to really get control of our expenses. At the last economic SPC, I did identify that some of them that we're doing won't kick in until 2026, which will be an advantage because we'll also have some additional expenses that will come into play at that time. We haven't done the comparison just because there's been so much change in the way we operate that the comparisons are a little bit tough. Like a good example would be the food and beverage. We changed the entire structure of the way we operate it, so comparing it from a May 2024 to a May 2025 is a little bit tough. However, moving forward, we will be able to do those comparisons and really match. But today, I would say, yeah, we're in a much better position in that 350, and it's growing. And if we have a good Whoop Up Days, rodeo experience, and we continue on our track for our meetings and events, then we should be able to meet this forecast and then be able to carry forward with a real comparison year over year.
Okay, so I guess then the question is without that context, how do we know what good looks like compared to where we were to where we're headed? Because we don't seem to have any benchmarking or financials or anything like that that tells us that. How do we know what good looks like for LDE?
What we're looking at is increased revenues and of course controlled expense. So what we're trying to do is see how far that variance gap will become, that we've been able to grow the revenues and really control those expenses. So we're trying to hit our budget and then moving forward really exceed it. So this year I think we'll be able to do it and achieve what we set out to do, and we might do a little bit better depending on those variables though. So I don't know if I'm entirely answering your question, but we're measuring it against what we are budgeted to do and seeing if we can't, which is an improvement from last year.
Okay, so just making sure that we are up from last year, or?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so and then that's where my comparators from last year to this year come in, is we don't see those. So I don't know how May 2024 did last year. I can only see May 2025. So it might be helpful for council to start seeing some of those comparators from last year to this year to understanding certainly that we had changes in the way that we operated, but we are looking forward and how have those changes affected us?
We can bring those to the next economic SPC.
Okay, thank you very much. And the final question I have, and this either to you or Mr. Matthews, we are still looking at, I believe, $31.5 million in capital requirements and $5.5 million in capital requirements for the grandstand buildings. When do we expect those to come forward to the budget process?
Thank you, members of SPC and Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I'm getting a little tired, obviously. Those two items would come forward through the CIP component, which will come next year in 2026 as different pieces of work. Now, when you mentioned two components there. One is obviously the LDE side of the world on the $31 million. You also mentioned on the Rocky Mountain Turf Club component, which is another component there. That grandstand piece may or may not be there. That's kind of a life cycle component for a future. I'm not saying that we wouldn't bring that forward, but that's more of a different ask in the future. The one thing I was going to follow up on too on your question there for month-over-month components, not that it sounds like Mr. Gallucci can provide those going forward, but at the same time, there is within the public record already May of last year, because we've been doing reports, so you could take a look if you really want to see what May was last year compared to May of this year. You just have to go back to the records inside of our agenda management system right now. It's just not cleanly on one report today. So that's something else we can chat about. So I hope that answers.
If we could get that on one clean report, that'd be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gallucci.
See no further questions to open debate. Questions, Councillor Dodek?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the answer or give Mr. Gallucci, you said you're trying to do better than budgeted. So right now, the projected loss for this year is $1,896,964. So when you gave that answer, what you're saying is you're trying to get it under that projected number.
That'd be correct.
Thank you.
The resolution you've already read out, and it's from Councillor Middleton Hope. So Councillor Middleton Hope, the resolution is up on the screen as well as in your package to open debate.
Good, thank you. Any comments in debate? Jeff?
I see no debate, so to close.
No debate. The motion speaks for itself. I'll call the question.
Question is called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. We will now go back to 5.4, Mr. Matthews, CFO, Treasurer for Municipal Controlled Corporation Development Update. And I should ask, first of all, to my colleagues, does anybody need a break, or can we just keep moving forward? All right. With that, floor is yours, Mr. Matthews.
And thank you for having me here today to go through the Municipal Controlled Corporation update. So back, and I'll just maybe move the slide one more forward. Next slide. Perfect. So here again, just to give a bit of a refresher or background on this, back in May of 27th of 2025, Council approved the creation of the city-controlled nonprofit and reorganization of LD to focus on agriculture and restore its governance and share structure. So I'll go through in a second here on the next slide, some of the graphics in here. Mr. Gallucci is here as well that can help out on questions and so forth as we go along on the MCC setup. But also, I just want to highlight on this slide that the reason we're here today, at that time back in May, or at the SPC prior to that in May, that was the council resolution, it was also inside of that we would report back on the development of that. And if council members recall, one of the things that advanced this a lot faster going forward was the AGLC requirements that we have the Ag Society components completed and in place by August 31st of 2025. So next slide, please. So what you're seeing on the slide in front of you here now is another way of taking a look at the future sustainability model for the Lethbridge District Agricultural Society, or LDAS, which is on the first part of it there, and also Eventco, which is the city-controlled component of this. So over the last number of months, we've been doing a tremendous amount of work to get these together. What I will say in here, there are two components. What the graphic is showing is the nature of the work, that the Government of Alberta component, or the funding that comes from the Ag Society, is what goes to the Lethbridge and District Ag Society side of the world. It also includes, although it doesn't show on the revenue side here, it also includes those AGLC revenues and any other gaming revenues that would come along on that component on the LDS side. But I think what's really important here is also it looks at the fundraising events, but it also looks at the most important thing here is this group is the group that looks after all the Ag Society activities and developing of those events. It really gets it back to the roots as we talked about last time. On the other side over here is the City of Lethbridge controlled nonprofit corporation, as we talked about back earlier this year in May. It's Eventco. That operations is where the venue operations, special events, banquets and meetings, sporting events, and trade and convention center components will be. And you'll see later on the presentation where we're talking about and the asset components for eventually for the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center. Next slide. And perfect. So over the last number of weeks, I guess, since we last talked, two members of SPC, the city-controlled nonprofit corporation, or Eventco, we've developed the society bylaws and filed the society application. I believe I saw today, getting a nod from our city solicitor, that it's now being I guess, approved or it was filed and approved. So it's in existence as of today. The board shall, in here you'll see that it actually identifies the board members. The board shall consist of 5 to 9 directors nominated and elected by the city manager. And initial directors are the city manager, city solicitor, chief financial officer, the director of corporate services, and the director of infrastructure services on this. Now here again, this is the initial directors as we're building forward for this Eventco piece, and it's very similar to what we have today on the LDE side, barring that we don't have other representation from other groups inside of this, because this is the city controlled component. Next slide. Now when we go look at the actual Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society, or LDS. Similarly, the legal name, just wanted to stress on this one here, legal name will remain as Lethbridge and District Exhibition and operating as Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society. There's some reasons for that. Within the actual Ag Societies Act, Lethbridge and District Exhibition is named in there on it. So that's one of the pieces that we need to, reasons why we need to actually maintain that legal name, but it's to be operated as the Lethbridge and District Agricultural Society. And the reason for that is it spells out exactly the real benefits and components, and Mr. Gallucci can give a lot more information on that if council wants to go back on that. However, most of that was discussed at the last meeting of those benefits. So the other thing we've completed on it to date is the Articles of Association updates, the policies and procedure updates for that, because as you can imagine, as you're now taking certain components and refocusing it down to go back to a community-based organization, there's a few things that have to change on it. However, what you'll see on the slide here is on the board composition that the composition is not less than 9 directors. There'll be 1 appointed by the city, 1 appointed by the county, and the rest elected by shareholders from a city-provided candidate list. The board elections will be done through a board skill matrix, will be used for candidate selection. And before each annual general meeting, the city will provide a list of director nominees. And directors are elected by shareholders at the AGM. And of course, preparing for LDS share release right now. That's a lot of the work that I know that Mr. Gallucci and his team are doing right now, is working towards getting it all together to get the share release to go out so that we have everything in place for hopefully before the August 31st timeframe in on it. Next slide. So giving you some more details of the work that's going on behind the scenes on that. So there is a number of components. One, there's asset transfer, staffing transfer, contract assignments, and asset management plan that you have seen the package today that have all been worked on. So we're ready for this transition between the two new legal entities that are there. So the asset transfer, just to give a bit of highlight that, a new governance structure will require all existing assets, including the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center facility, to transfer to Eventco, but it does require the GOA approval on that. We are currently planning the transfer of staff to Eventco from what would be the LDE, LDAS side of the world. So that's the bulk of the staff from that area will come across to Eventco. The contract assignments, operational contracts will be assigned from LDS to Eventco. So you can imagine there's a number of contracts inside of there that now will move over, and that would be things like the concessions or the food services and so forth. I think would be an example of that. And Mr. Gallucci can, if you have further questions on that, can talk about that as well. Next slide. On the financial front, with the creation of Eventco and refocusing LDE to LDAS, there's a number of different things we have to do in this time frame. We're working on developing the budget based on existing event revenues and city operating funding for Eventco. So this isn't any further asks. It's really just splitting out the budgets between the two organizations of where they go. But there's a little bit more work to it. It sounds simple, but there's a little bit of work there to do that. Implementing financial systems and policies for Eventco, and using, where possible, city systems and processes. There's also the creation of bank and treasury facilities for Eventco so they can continue on with those events. On the LDAS side, similarly, there's developing and submitting the budget, which has already been done to the province, and based on GOA and AGLC and gaming revenues, is that budget is based on. And of course, updating the financial policies and procedures based on their refocused mandate is also another component. Next slide. On the communications front, obviously, staff and stakeholder communications is one of the key things that will be coming along. Ongoing discussions we'll be having with stakeholders and vendors as we go through this process, and that I know Mr. Gallucci and his team and our city communications are working on different pieces. Met with the staff after, one of the things I note here too, we've also met with the staff after the public announcement in May to actually talk to them as well along this journey. Those things will continue along. Communication plan is being developed for key milestones as well for this overall piece. When we specifically talking about communications with the Government of Alberta, we've had ongoing discussions on this transition, and we will ensure, to ensure the long-term sustainability of LDS. What I can say, those conversations have been positive. The rationale to establish an MCC and transition to LDS back to community governed organization is some of the biggest discussions back and forth, and of course, explaining and discussing with them the transition, how the transition creates a strategic win-win for both LDAS and the provincial agricultural goals, while enabling Eventco to innovate and grow and promote Lethbridge as a premier destination as well. Next slide. So this busy slide, you can see some of the things that are already done. You can see a number of things that we're working on through July and August. You will see that we had a few components in here tailoring into September on it. I think from most recent information that I have, I think, Mr. Gallucci can speak to it if there too. It sounds like most of this could be potentially done before to August 31st. The remaining portions here is kind of those tail off pieces that would happen, but it sounds like there would be most of it would be done by August 31st in timeframes. One of the biggest things was being able to get everything through on the legal front to them to set up the organizations and very helpfully we were able to get the actual organization set up quite fast, actually, from the point of view of getting through the registrar and so forth. So that has changed that one point of context, even since we developed this slide deck. So with that, that's the presentation component on it, and then we'll open up for questions. And as I said, Mr. Gallucci and myself can start the conversation there.
Thank you. I will ask for the public, if there's anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item. Seeing no one, I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Crowson.
Just a clarifying question, Mr. Matthews. In your long slide there with all the dates, you have mid-August 2025 corporate register, mid-August initial sign-on, and then everything kind of happens in September 2026. That is 2026, not 2025?
Oh my. Yes, it's 2025, not 2026.
So I was wondering what you were doing in the middle. So this is all happening this fall.
That's right.
Those dates are wrong.
Yeah, no, that's my bad when I was putting them in there. I didn't catch that as going through. I was reusing a slide that actually had 2026 dates, and it's actually 2025.
Okay, so this is moving quite quickly.
Yeah, and actually to that point, that mid-August piece, a lot of that, well, I'll let Mr. Gallucci talk to that if he on it, but we're hopeful that might slide up, and if that does, then on top of it too, those dates will not even go into September.
Right, because some of that, making sure the agricultural societies there is based on needs by the province, et cetera, but this is all going to be in place within 3 months, sort of thing.
That's the goal.
Okay, thank you.
I see oh, wait a minute, I do see questions. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And just looking through this with setting up the board, will there be a skills matrix for the board? They'll be vetted against a skills matrix, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And so I didn't highlight it on the Eventco side, and what I should mention too, just for, I know members of SPC know this, Eventco is only a temporary name. It's not the long-term name of it there. But anyways, that one there, I didn't put it on the slide, but that one would also have a skill matrix down the future as that matures. At this stage here, the reason why you're seeing ourselves on there is the way we are from our directors and the city manager is because those are the, initially as we roll it out, To your point, though, on the LDS side, yes, right off the bat, the new articles actually talk about the election process, and then, of course, the policies have a skills matrix, and that will be used to actually assess any candidates that come forward from the shareholders base that want to become on the board of those elections, and they get onto that candidate listing.
Okay, and then that candidate list, so I understand the process correctly, they're appointed by the current board?
So what ends up happening for LDS side, and maybe it's easier if we go back to that slide. So just back up probably a couple slides more back. So it's that one more forward. So in the board composition for LDAS, there will always be a city appointee, and there will always be a county appointee on that board. So out of the 9, 2 of those. The remaining shareholders, or 7 shareholders, or because right now it's not less than that, I guess it could be larger than that, are elected by shareholders from the shareholder base. That shareholder base and how it works is that people that are coming forward, a listing would be provided to the city. The city they should be already looking at it prior to that it meets that skill matrix, and then it comes to the city just to make sure that that has been followed for the skill matrix on it, and then of course it gets provided back to the board for the general election. It builds in some of the control aspects of how we manage the board and so forth to make sure the skill matrix is being utilized, is built within the articles.
Okay, so then it is a city-provided candidate list, so there will be city staff that will take a look at those candidates, measure them against
That's right, against that.
And put that forward.
Technically, what the hope and desire is that on an LDS front, the senior administrator on that side of the LDS would look at that, vet that against it prior to even submitting it to the city, but the city would have the second set of eyes on it prior to it going back for the general election side.
Okay. How will we be addressing, so are the future functions that are being held at the facility, are they sustainable only for the agri-food hub, or are they going to be in direct competition with local business?
Oh.
So are we going to start seeing, as we move from this to Eventco, are we going to start seeing us getting into competition with the local business, because it's still a city-owned facility and city-managed corporation? How is that going to look, and how are we going to communicate that? So
I'll leave that one to Mr. Gallucci to give the response to him.
Thank you, Council. It won't change much. The goal here is really to restore the Ag Society back to the community so that it's focused on ag, and it's focused on ag programming within events we're doing and within other areas. But on the Eventco side, not much will change. We'll continue to focus on outward conventions, trade shows that are outside the city. We'll continue to focus on larger events that are over 450. We do get events that are somewhat smaller. We don't turn those away, but those aren't our targets, and those aren't the ones we pursue. So on that end, nothing will change.
Okay, so we're not competing with those other events facilities then? Like, we're not in direct competition? We are marketing to ones that they might not be able to host?
Right. We are not in direct competition, yeah.
Okay. And then one final question, Mr. Matthews. So we're talking about, so I can wrap my head around this. It's a city-owned corporation and facilities. The employees are employed by Eventco. They are not employed by the city of Lethbridge, so they are non-union positions.
So if you can go maybe back to that one slide that has all the 2 graphics. Perfect. Yeah, right there. So yes, to your point here, currently right now, all of this is under LDE, or was under LDE, I guess is a better way of saying it, on it as we start transitioning through. And as we move towards the next piece, all the staff, the existing staff, or I shouldn't say all, most of the staff of it will come across from LDAS to Eventco. And the reason why I say most, there's a senior administrator and there probably part-time individuals that will be hired or done through the LDAS for those agricultural events and managing it on that side that will remain. Everything else comes over here to it. And so, but they are not City of Lethbridge employees.
Okay,
The corporation is controlled by the City of Lethbridge, but it's not City of Lethbridge employees.
okay, so they're non-union staff members of Eventco.
I'm going to weigh in here.
you.
Anything in more detail than that, we should actually go in close to discuss. Due to the employee relations aspect. I checked with the city solicitor as well.
Okay. It's something I think we should discuss. Yeah.
Okay. I guess a motion to go in closed. So Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, all in favor? Okay. Any opposed? All right. All right. We'll take a minute, just get into closed. All right. So any further questions on 5.4, on what Mr. Matthews and what he had, this future sustainable model? And if not, I'll open with, Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, somewhere in the material, I read that a hotel complex couldn't be built on the site because of infrastructure deficiencies. Now, I'm curious about that because, my memory may not be as good as it once was, but I seem to recall that there was a discussion about that back in 2007, 8, or 9, or something like that, and that at that time that had come up as well. Do you recall whether that was the case, or if you don't have a recollection, that's fine.
So on the first part of it here, then I'll turn, any other questions, I'll turn over to Mr. Barley. But so I think hotels came up a few times here. I don't know for sure on the 2007 and 2008. Yeah. I do know that part of this, the information and even the information that was released publicly from the overall third-party review and everything that went through there. There was discussions on hotel by the exhibition at different times. The difference is about the infrastructure. Can it support it right now? I think is what the materials you're getting to, which then ties into, I think, Mr. Barley's comments.
Yep. So I can't speak to 2008 or 9 or anything before my time. In essence, we did do some looking, and there certainly was discussions even within my time about a hotel and it needing a hotel, and I think there's some merit to that. What we have found with our analysis is there was no apparent work to investigate the servicing availability for a hotel in terms of water and wastewater. And what I can say is it's not there. The servicing is currently not there. So that is something that we're exploring, is what options on an interim basis or what we might be able to do to put that servicing in there. So there's some work that needs to be done. That's still underway. Mr. Sanchez isn't here, but I've got this part of it anyway. So,
but the bottom line is that when the then LDE was dealing with this project and had considered a hotel, in fact, the infrastructure was not in place to support it.
That's correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Just to further that, then, I recall this is 2000. Oh my gosh, it was the first term. We had the whole roadway, which used to be called, it's now Exhibition Way, was ripped up for all servicing for future development in the exhibition. Can you help me understand what that future development was and that infrastructure that went in? Because that roadway was up, we had water, wastewater, electrical, and everything at that time. And I remember the funding that went towards that. So they didn't do anything at that time?
Yeah, so just like anywhere in the city, there is servicing that might be in the general area, servicing into the site for the hotel considerations. It also ties into some of the work that was done in the servicing, the current storm pond that's there. It's like that sunken football field.
So
there were different considerations that could have resulted in different outcomes, tanks under the ground, a flat field that might have been usable for a parking lot or whatever to make better use of the space. Those were workarounds that were decided by the exhibition. I do have that letter that they made that decision to go with that sunken approach. And it provides limitations as well as similar to water and wastewater servicing that isn't there. So there are a number of constraints that could be addressed, and I will very bluntly say that field, I probably would have done that differently.
Yeah, because I won't go on with this, but I recall the comments of now we're ready for future expansion there. I guess maybe that's just the tie-ins, but the work that was done there and the dollars in that CIP, like it was to, I guess, prepare for that. So the capacity is there. It just needs to be tied in to that Exhibition Way or whatever? Is this?
Yeah,
I'd like to know more of that, because this is, I remember being frustrated at what the cost was and being told, and this is going back to Mr. Sherwin, I think's times as city manager. That's how far back it was, saying, now we're available to expand in Exhibition Way, or sorry, Exhibition Way, I guess, the east side of Exhibition Way, and it was quite costly, and so this is what I'm just wondering about.
Again, so there's certainly some servicing based on the capacity and the needs at that time versus something like a hotel that has heavier demands, and that's why I talked about the stormwater approach. What I can say, when you said the capacity's there, the capacity isn't there, to the best of my knowledge, on that side, and so that means you need to run longer distances to connect to a trunk where there is sufficient capacity. On the water side, same thing. You know, if you're running a 2-inch line, okay, we can connect here and here, but if you have greater needs, then you need to run to a different point of connection. So it's possible. We just need to explore what is the most cost-effective means to address that, and then what might we consider for options on the stormwater side to make better use of that sunken storm pond that's there right now towards the front of the property along Exhibition Way.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. I see no further questions, so to open debate, I have the resolution here from Acting Mayor Palladino. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee receive for information the Municipal Controlled Corporation Development and Event Co. update. To open debate?
Go ahead. Debate.
Anyone has any debate? If not, to close?
I'll call for the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And we'll go to the confidential items, and they are 7.1, starting off with Councillor Middleton Hope, Economic Development, Lethbridge Fee-for-Service Cost Benefit Analysis Review Workshop Number 2. Be resolved, the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council direct administration to include Council's feedback on the mandate for EDL and its alignment with city priorities, as well as the feedback on Council governance roles and responsibilities within the Fee-for-Service Cost Benefit Analysis Review findings, and further be resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct that the discussions, reports, documents, and attachments with respect to the Economic Development Services Workshop, Economic Development, Lethbridge Fee-for-Service Cost Benefit Analysis Review remain confidential pursuant to Section 19, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body confidences, 28, we have that twice, so 29, advice from officials, 30, harmful to economic interests, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. And what was that, sorry? So, Councillor Dodick.
I wasn't present for the workshop, so I will not be voting.
All right.
I can make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Well, it's Councillor Middleton Hope anyways.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. So with that, Councillor Middleton Hope to open debate. Or first of all, are any questions? I can't see there are any questions coming out. So debate, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Open. The resolution comes out of a robust discussion on the mandate and alignment of EDL with city priorities and is complementary to the process we are currently undergoing, which includes our current assessment.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous for those that were
Did you have
in
quorum?
attendance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we've got Jeff.
Yeah, you have Jeff. Now we're at 7.2 from Vice Chair Schmidt-Rempel, Water Advocacy Workshop. Be it resolved that the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting documents, discussions, reports, and attachments with respect to item 7.2 Water Advocacy Workshop remain confidential pursuant to Section 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 29, advice from officials, and 30, harmful to economic interests of the Access to Information Act, which, yeah, for this one you were here. This was over lunch. Yes. So you may be forgetful, as you said earlier, but I will remember for you that, yes, you were there for this one. And questions, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel? Or is it to open debate?
If there is no debate or comments on this, I will call for the vote.
I see no debate. Question's been called. All in favor? And that passes. And with that, we are adjourned.
See you next week, everyone.